going now. Welcome everybody to our dive 536 at Unnamed feature, East of Caballito. I'm here with Dr. Emily Howell from Temple University, who will introduce what our dive today will be all about. To you, Emily. Sorry. There you go.
There you go.
Sorry, yeah.
Cool. So just saying that coincidentally, as we've landed down, there's an octopus right on the rocks in front of us. We'll have a quick look at that. We're not really doing any biology sampling at the start of this dive. The main point of this dive is investigating whether we can find any obvious signs of fluid flow. I think he's very cute to have a quick look at. Looks similar to yeah, it looks similar to a species that we've seen before a couple of dives ago. Yeah. Very sweet. Some really nice footage here. They're very cute.
Yeah,
on.
I mean, it looks like one of those like Thai plushies.
It does. That doesn't look real.
Yeah, like with the really big. How gorgeous.
Yeah. So we'll get some good footage here for a second. But the main intention of this dive, so this is an unnamed outcrop east of a feature called Caballito. The intention of the dive is we're starting off kind of at the base of the feature and moving up the slope and onto the top. Looking for evidence of fluid flow, which we would see with shimmering waters, potentially rocks that have been kind of cleared of sediment as well by the fluid flow. Those are some good indications. On sites like the Dorado Outcrop, congregations of brooding octopus have also been a sign of fluid flow, so we'll keep an eye out for that too. There's been prior surveys of heat flow done at this site from a ship-based heat flow, where they sort of drop the heat flow probe off the side of the ship, a bit like a gravity core. But if we find any very sedimented areas, we might try and do some heat flow from the ROV. Okay, so now that we've got this footage, I think we'll set off. And
pretty adorable.
Nice big pillows there.
yeah. Yeah, so these are big pillow lava features. It's a nice big sponge there as well.
Copy that, point to new waypoint.
One of these big relicanthus sponge anemones too, with the long tentacles. We've been seeing a few of these on previous dives. They're very cool. As I say, as we're transiting up this steep slope here, we're looking for any areas of shimmering water, any areas where the sediment has been sort of blown off of these pillow lava.
We can maybe come back just a little bit so that we have the ability to kind of just like pan around. If we see flow, it'll look obviously different, like not with sediment.
Mm-hmm.
It'll look like black rocks. So I kind of just want to be looking around to see if there's anything that piques our interest.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yep, so we've just panned back a little bit, moved away from the feature so that we can get a wider view and have a look for that evidence of fluid flow. I think at this distance, the fluid flow would be most obvious if you were seeing big patches of very dark rock where the sediment has been sort of blown off. You can see areas here where the pillar basalt has actually snapped and fallen away as well. They're quite sort of brittle, typically. I know at the previous seamount that we were diving on, Tango Set, we were seeing that there was a lot of broken corals because of those falling bits of pillar lava. We're not seeing that here so far. We're not really seeing much in the way of corals, but we'll keep our eyes open too. Little gallopade crustacean there as well. And some more sponges. Looks like a crinoid there. A feather star. Some sea cucumbers too. Yeah. What looks like another impressive crinoid there. So at previous sites where we found fluid flow, it's typically been coming out of sort of cracks and overhangs in the rocks. So we'll keep our eyes open for any areas like that that have a clear patch with no sediment surrounding them. Little brittle star, ophiuroid to the right as well, dragging its way up the up this feature. Another one of those stalked sponges too. Hmm?
Is this just a rock?
I think so. But we can have a
It's just like darker in a weird shape.
zoom in. Where's the pointy stick? I think it's just the edge of a rock here.
Yeah,
That's
it's
just about this little bit
shadows
here.
is funny.
Yeah.
Did anything get them?
Mm-hmm. There's these areas of sort of rock that have been cleared of sediment are sometimes difficult to spot because the sort of vertical sides of the rock also don't really typically have sediment on them because of the angle. But we're sort of focusing on flatter areas underneath rocks and kind of outcrops perhaps that also seem to have been blown clean of sediment. Those are the kind of areas that we've seen so far in terms of venting. Purple acorn worm on the right there. Seen quite a lot of those on previous dives so far. Looks like another one of those nematocarcinus shrimp that I enjoy seeing. We've been seeing a few of those on these dives so far as well. They're typically more kind of abyssal plain organism, but we have been seeing them on the sides of the seamounts. They've got these obvious, really, really long walking legs when you look up close at them. If we do find any areas of thick, deep sediment on this dive, we're going to try and do potentially heat flow measurements and also do some push cores to collect the sediment samples. Certainly so far it's mostly been pretty rocky, and typically it gets rockier as you go up onto the top of these features, but we'll keep an eye out for that too. For the heat flow, the sediment has to be really quite thick because the heat flow probe is about 1 meter long. So whether we'll find a spot for that or not, we'll see. There's a big sponge coming into view as well. Mm-hmm. A few big sponges coming up into view. You can see them on the brow cam. Looks like a black coral in the middle amongst those as well. keep a particular eye open in amongst all of these kind of big cracks and features in the rock. Another acorn worm there on top of that rock. Actually, a few. There's two in view right now. Three. Found Acorn Worm Valley. It looks like another black coral, perhaps, to the left there. Is that a massive sea star? Oh yeah. Quick look at this, guy, as we go past. It's very large. Can we quickly just put the lasers on that out of interest? Just pure scientific curiosity. So those lasers are 10 centimeters apart. So it's a pretty big sea star. Probably 30 centimeters from one point to the next. It's very impressive. Yeah, we can probably keep going now. Thank you. The way that we navigate these dives is by setting waypoints ahead of time that we follow on a dive track. So we typically do some bathymetry mapping of a site to get a really good idea of the sort of peaks and troughs, and then pick what look like likely spots for whatever the goal of the dive is. So in this case, someone's asking in the chat, the goal of the dive today is to find areas of shimmering water that would be indicative of some fluid flow. Just to recap for anyone that's just joined us, this is an unnamed outcrop east of a feature called Caballito off the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. It's never been dived on before, apart from yesterday, our first dive at this site. What we do know is that previous exploration from shipboard heat flow probes has seen that there does seem to be some evidence of higher than expected heat flow in the sediments leading up to this site, which would indicate that this might be an area of fluid discharge. So we're looking for visible evidence of that. A known area of fluid discharge that we dived on in our first couple of dives is Dorado Outcrop. And at that site, we were seeing that sort of areas of rock with no sediment, where the sediment had been blown away, was a good indication of fluid flow. Same for looking for actual shimmering water. That's a slightly different temperature coming out of the sort of cracks in the rocks. And also congregations of brooding octopus. So we'll keep our eyes open for all of those things that might be indicative of fluid flow. The dive track today is following a flank on the southern side of the outcrop with the primary goal of looking for that venting. So we're sort of following the... Can we have a quick look at what this is? I think it's a sponge, but... Yeah, I think it's pretty sure it's just a sponge or something. My eyes are deceiving me. Yep, this looks like a sponge. Massive sea cucumber on the top of that rock, though. Okay, thank you. Yep, our intention is to save biological sampling until we're closer towards the end of the dive, towards the very top of this feature. So for these first few hours, I think it'll be pretty much purely exploratory, looking for that fluid flow. It's interesting there, that big pillar of basalt almost looks like it was sliced in two. Yeah, I think it looks like a sponge just covered in sediment. Yeah. Yep. Just an old sponge. Yeah, for anyone in the chat that's discussing it, the first couple of minutes of this dive we had a pretty nice view of an octopus just as we landed down on the seafloor. So that was a pretty fun start to the dive. As we're coming up the slope here, we're seeing more and more of this sort of white sediment. The geologists of the world can probably correct me on this, but it looks similar to me to the kind of what we're calling the kind of carbonate ooze type stuff that we've collected previously. Yeah, something like that. It's been a very interesting texture as we've collected samples of it, thinking it was sort of harder carbonate rock, and we've got it up onto the ship. It's very, yeah, I think maybe it's like it. A quick zoom on that just to be. Yeah, it does look like it's maybe just a woodfall, perhaps. Doesn't look hollow from what I can tell. Yeah, I think it's probably a woodfall by the looks of things. I think we can probably keep heading up. But we have seen a few of those so far, so anyone later in the dive interested in collecting any wood might be interested in that. Big coral here. It's one of the first big corals we've seen so far. Some big sponges as well. It's definitely noticeable, as in previous dives, that on the very steep areas we weren't particularly seeing any of these big fan corals. They take a very long time to grow. And if you're in a very steep area with a lot of this quite brittle pillar lava, I think often you're in danger of being broken apart by the falling rocks. But in these slightly flatter areas, you're starting to see some more.
You there? So the sheep, it's just biting.
Right.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, no.
It's all the cameras and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Worth checking out at the end of the day. Thank you. Another little Galatheid squat lobster perched on that rock in the middle there, posing. Can we have a quick view? Again, it's probably a sponge, but we have a quick view under this rock? Just here, there's something sticking out. Yeah, it's a really cool sea star to the right. It's probably another sponge.
Yeah, no, like that one.
Yeah, this is probably a sponge.
Coming down.
Yep, I think that looks spongy to me. Yep, definitely a sponge. So I think they're tricky sometimes when they're just poking out from underneath these rocks. They sometimes look a bit like a tentacle.
If you could just check out, I just want to know what this circular.
Sure. We also just have a quick zoom on this guy.
Something stuff.
Yeah, some sort of sea star. Cool. Amazing colors. It'll come to you in a second. Probably.
Fluttering name.
Mm-hmm.
Turn the lasers on, please.
It's probably like 15 centimeters across. Something like that. Very pretty.
It's
We could probably keep moving on from here. Just keep scouring as we're. That's such a nice color.
all right.
Thank you.
Slime.
Yeah.
Slime.
Slime stuff.
Maybe. I don't know the name of it.
Oh well. Yeah. Look at that. Slime stuff.
Okay.
It came back to you.
Call that a tie.
Yeah, definitely. It's like a big stalked sponge or something. That's cool. Looks more like it's on a tether than anything else. It's strange. Yeah. This looks like a balloon. That's interesting. Yeah, great, thank you. Oh, could have been some sort of tunicate, maybe. Some more sea stars. I'll just jump on this side. Whenever you're ready. So I think we're just going to do a change in dive lead here. So Beatrice is going to jump on and take over from me from the University of Costa Rica. So you'll be able to hear some of her narrations for a little while. Two. Let's go. Oh yeah, we're just passing by the way. You're right.
Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, everyone. This is Beatriz Naranjo from the University of Costa Rica. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm part of the Spanish-spoken team that we have on board, so I'll be switching between Spanish and English. Buenos días, mi nombre es Beatriz Naranjo de la Universidad de Costa Rica, parte del colectivo Pélagos. Es un honor para mí estar aquí acompañándolos en la siguiente hora de buceo. Soy parte del equipo que habla español, así que como les hemos estado comentando, vamos a tener personas diferentes, científicos y científicas diferentes cada hora para poder hablar en español y en inglés. En este momento estamos explorando un sitio que aún no tiene nombre. Es parte de los logros que queremos hacer en esta expedición y poder nombrar todos estos sitios de Costa Rica que aún no tienen nombre, no habían sido explorados, y este sitio lo exploramos ayer. Estamos ahorita buscando señales de agua caliente que estén emergiendo desde la roca. Así que si ven algo, pueden escribirnos en el chat si tienen preguntas. Y de igual forma, para quienes no han estado siguiendo la expedición y tal vez esta es la primera vez que se conectan, la razón por la que estamos aquí es porque hace una década se visitó un sitio conocido como el Dorado Outcrop, donde inesperadamente se encontró una agregación muy grande de pulpos. Así que ahora, casi que 10 años después, regresamos para estudiarlos mejor y también para explorar sitios aledaños como este que estamos visitando hoy y ver si podemos entender un poco mejor la distribución de estos pulpos y qué es lo que los hace estar o no en los diferentes sitios. Al inicio de la transmisión tuvimos un avistamiento de un pulpo diferente a los que observamos en el Dorado Outcrop. Hemos observado al menos 2 especies. Tenemos a bordo a la doctora Janet Boyd, con la cual ha sido un honor trabajar. Ella es la especialista mundial en el grupo y es la que nos asesora cada vez que observamos un pulpo. En este momento estamos explorando el lado sur de este sitio, en un transecto de unos 1.2 kilómetros. Vamos avanzando despacio para poder poner atención a las rocas y cualquier posible evento que podamos observar. También estamos caracterizando la fauna que observamos. Estos animales morados que estamos viendo en el fondo, hace unos minutos atrás vimos un par, uno al lado del otro. Son gusanos bellota, un grupo muy relacionado con los equinodermos, con los pepinos y las estrellas, aunque conforman su propio grupo. Hemos observado muchos a lo largo de la expedición. Creemos que es de un género que se conoce como Yoda, igual al maestro Yoda. Así que es un nombre interesante por su parecido en la cabeza. Estamos observando una esponja. Son uno de los principales organismos que hemos estado observando. Es un grupo del que sabemos bastante poco. Hay pocos especialistas en esponjas. En este caso, no vamos a estar haciendo recolecciones biológicas, ya que el principal objetivo de la inmersión es estar buscando estas señales de agua caliente que están emergiendo desde la corteza terrestre y que creemos que esa circulación de agua a través de la corteza y cómo se calienta en ese proceso está muy relacionada al hecho de que los pulpos seleccionen sitios para incubar sus huevos. Es difícil traducirlo, hay muchas palabras en inglés, al igual que pasa viceversa, que no tenemos una traducción exacta. La mejor traducción que hemos encontrado para lo que en inglés se conoce como shimmering es agua brumosa. Entonces es lo que veríamos, la señal que estamos buscando es agua que se ve como aceitosa, como una bruma. Vemos también muchos cangrejos. For those who are joining us right now, we are exploring an unnamed feature offshore from Costa Rica. We are exploring the southern part in a transect of about 1.2 kilometers. We are looking for shimmering signs. So if you see something that maybe we not, please let us know in the chat. We're seeing many cosquills down here. These are one of the top predators that we are seeing. Yeah, we're seeing many sponges down here. This decoration that someone is referring to in the chat, it's a crinoid. It's from the group of the echinoderms. In which sense, like,
Well, like when we started the deck, we saw all those nice pillows,
yeah,
and now we're
like,
up a little higher, and it looks like what we saw before, where it's like this carbonate mud, and then these look deceivingly like sheet flows that are broken, but all the samples we've gotten so far, it's actually just a different type of mud that's encrusted with manganese oxides.
okay.
So would you call this sheet flow?
No,
It's not, it's like what you just said.
yeah, it's like, I don't know what it is.
Todos estos sitios que estamos estudiando fueron producidos por actividad volcánica en la dorsal del Pacífico Oriental. Es un sitio donde las placas divergen y permiten el ascenso de magma,
Yeah, I almost logged it and then I was like,
y en contacto con el agua el magma se enfría, produciendo estas estructuras.
Well, they're still consolidated, like the inside is a siltstone, it's very compressed, but yeah, if you scrape at it, like it'll come apart.
Aprovechando que hoy es lunes y de paso deseándoles un feliz inicio de semana a todos y todas, me gustaría mencionar que durante la expedición estamos haciendo esfuerzos importantes para conectar con colegios y escuelas alrededor de Costa Rica. Esta semana tenemos algunas de estas conexiones que llamamos Ship to Shore, donde hacemos transmisiones en vivo desde el barco para enseñarle a los y las estudiantes el trabajo que hacemos directamente. Es algo que nos interesa mucho, conectar con las audiencias jóvenes y que cada vez más costarricenses sepamos apreciar toda esta diversidad que conocemos tan poco y que es tan importante y que conforma la mayor parte de nuestro país. Este que vemos aquí amarillo es un crinoideo. Está emparentado con los erizos y los pepinos y estrellas de mar. Son un grupo bastante antiguo que lleva muchísimos años en el planeta y que son bastante comunes aquí en estas aguas tan profundas. En este momento estamos a aproximadamente a 2.850 metros de profundidad. Y como les comentaba, son las primeras imágenes que tenemos de esta región. Ayer visitamos este mismo sitio. En el 2019 hicimos otra expedición también con Schmidt Ocean, que invito a que visiten la página. La expedición se llamó Conexiones de Mar Profundo en Costa Rica, o Costa Rican Deep Sea Connections. En ese caso visitamos montes submarinos de la cordillera que conecta el país con la isla del Coco. Y todas estas buceos que estamos haciendo nos van a permitir también comparar todo lo que estamos observando con lo que observamos en ese entonces. Can we make a zoom in this fish, please? Wow. Which one? This one? No, it's a different. Yeah, I think this is something similar to a liparide. How big it is? Like probably. Huh, nice. Yeah. Okay, so maybe like 20, 30 maybe?
There you go. Reference.
Yeah. Este es uno de los peces que conocemos como peces babosos, peces exclusivos de aguas profundas. This is a snailfish from the family Liparidae.
No, that's fine. All right, buddy.
Nice, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, they look like they are smiling actually. A happy fish. I will be happy living down here, you know. Yeah, we've been seeing some individuals of this family. We believe that they are from the Paraliparis genus. El día de ayer que estuvimos en este mismo sitio, en otro sector, eh, es- se realizaron algunas mediciones de flujo de calor donde se tienen señales de que este puede ser un punto de descarga de agua un poco más caliente de lo que, del agua de lo que el agua está generalmente, que es alrededor de 2 grados centígrados. En este momento estamos con el agua 1.82 grados. Así que esperamos encontrar alguna señal que nos indique por dónde está saliendo esa agua. Cuando observamos esa característica, usualmente vemos una comunidad de organismos, un grupo de organismos bastante específicos. Así que también estamos observando esos cambios. Dependiendo de lo que observamos, podemos tener una idea de dónde puede estar emanando esta agua. We are not actually at the base in this time. We are exploring like a ridge of this feature. So we will get to the summit. There will be not so much difference in depth. We started close to 3,000 meters, and the summit it's at 2,800 meters. It's a nice feature. We have some geologists on board, so it has been a really nice experience to have all this multidisciplinary team working together. We're starting to see a lot of sea cucumbers as well. Yesterday we had some troubles in most of the points to be able to do the heat flow measurements because there are many organisms with carbonate that are part of the sea snow, marine snow, and they produce layers of carbonate. So our primary goal for today is to look for shimmering.
What do you like on the range?
This is a Assyrian. Yeah, right. It's really cool. Yeah. Yeah. Can we put the lasers on, please? This seems like a diver mask. This is a kind of tunicate that we've been seeing in most of our dives. Thank you.
Really flat little boat.
Hasta las últimas 2 horas. Esto que vimos atrás es un tipo de tunicado que hemos estado observando a lo largo de nuestros buceos. En este momento no estamos haciendo recolecciones biológicas, nos estamos enfocando en buscar señales de agua que esté saliendo a una temperatura diferente del resto. Una de las ventajas de trabajar con estos robots, que para los que no los conocen bien, se llaman ROVs en inglés o ROVs en español. Son vehículos operados remotamente, así que no hay nadie dentro. El robot está conectado a través de un cable al barco. Tiene muchísimas cámaras. En este caso presentamos una de ellas en la transmisión, pero hay muchas otras cámaras que permiten a los pilotos guiarse asegurarse de no chocar y tener un mayor control de sus instrumentos y los brazos mecánicos con los que cuenta. Y la cámara con gran resolución nos permite después analizar nuevamente todos estos videos.
Maybe we could go down another 20 meters, maybe. Three garages, one for each look.
De parte del equipo costarricense a bordo, quisiera agradecer a todas las personas que han estado compartiendo información sobre la expedición. Sabemos que hay bastantes personas, sobre todo personas jóvenes, siguiendo las transmisiones y las redes sociales.
Right there.
Oh,
What are you gonna do?
he don't like cameras. He doesn't like, yeah. Muchas de la fauna que conocemos de aguas profundas la conocemos por muestras que se han recolectado a través de dragados o de arrastres. Y son pocas las oportunidades como estas donde podemos filmar en vivo el comportamiento de estos peces. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm trying to see what it is.
If we just turn its face at us.
Yeah. This is a really cool fish. It's the first time we are seeing it during the expedition, at least. I don't know if maybe, no, I don't think so. Oops. Really small eyes. So most of the information we have of deep sea animals here in Costa Rica is based on trawling or dredge samples. So we are really happy to be able to see our own deep sea environments with these cool images and videos. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which is also called
Bony-eared fish.
Yeah, you don't want to say that online.
No.
I think we were just looking at it at breakfast.
Oh yeah.
Like this picture.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing it. But it says
Yeah.
it's from tropical and subtropical waters.
Yeah. So, let's see the problem. So we think this might be a bony-eared fish.
Yeah, bone-eared ass fish.
Yeah. This is on the same. I just saw the. This is in the same family as the Catskills. It's in the same group. So as I was saying, these are some of the most important predators. Este pez que estamos observando es de la misma familia de las brotulas. Muchos lo conocerán la familia tal vez por el congrio rosado, que es una especie de importancia comercial de aguas profundas, pero no tan profundas. Es tal vez el que los costarricenses pueden conocer. Son peces depredadores, se alimentan de crustáceos y de peces. Y son uno de los principales grupos que podemos observar aquí en aguas profundas.
It's definitely more than just a cat. If you brush it, it's just a little bit, but
Yeah, it's interesting how they put names on the fish, right?
I'm gonna try to get where the line is very, very flat. See if it drops out more to the east.
Got an updated waypoint for you there on the bridge.
So right now we are moving towards our waypoint number 4. This time each of our waypoints is 200 meters away from each. This is an acorn worm. We believe it's in the genus Yoda, as in Yoda from Star Wars. So it's a cool name.
So this side is fine, the other side is also fine. But yeah, we're just exploring. So. Yeah, definitely getting up the ship. But if we do want to bring the ship a little more to the west, so that we have possibility.
En este momento estamos haciendo un transecto de un poco más de 1 kilómetro de distancia. Empezamos el buceo a 2.980 metros y nuestra meta es llegar, siguiendo esta dorsal rocosa, hasta la cima de esta estructura que aún no tiene nombre, a unos 2.860 metros de profundidad. Así que no veremos un cambio muy considerable de profundidad a lo largo del buceo.
All the stuff on the bottom. Like all the sediments up on the bottom, just move it all like that. So you're really just doing sediment, yeah.
Uno de los aspectos interesantes de estas transmisiones y estas expediciones de aguas profundas es que se transmiten en vivo, lo cual es poco usual en otras áreas científicas, y esto permite que haya muchas personas que empiezan a aprender, aunque no sean científicas, saben muchísimo de estos ambientes y se crea una comunidad de personas que siguen estas transmisiones y que se convierten en observadores también junto con nosotros. Haciendo aportes muy valiosos, ya que para muchos de los grupos aún no existen guías, la información está muy dispersa, y parte de lo que queremos hacer con todos estos videos, en el caso específico de Costa Rica, es empezar a generar ese tipo de plataformas que nos permitan reunir muchísima de la información que hay disponible en un solo lugar para poder entrenar más personas que se puedan interesar en estudiar estos ambientes. Quisiera enviar un saludo a la familia Lara, allá hasta Coajiniquil, la Cruz de Guanacaste. Estamos explorando aquí un área frente a Guanacaste, a unos 200 kilómetros. Como les comentaba, todas estas estructuras que estamos viendo fueron producidas por actividad volcánica. Así que básicamente lo que observamos a lo largo de los buceos es lava fría, por supuesto, con mucho sedimento encima, que es una señal de la gran productividad que tenemos en la superficie. En pantalla tenemos otro tipo de ofídido. Es una de las familias más diversas que hemos estado observando. Aparecen en todos los buceos, en diferentes especies. So during the expedition, we are connecting to different high school students and primary school students. So it's been really nice to show them all the habitats that we have down here and that they probably didn't know. So it's one of the biggest efforts that we are trying to do during the expedition. We've been seeing this fish during our dives. We believe it's a cutthroat eel. A lo largo de la expedición no hemos observado tiburones aún, pero hemos observado bastantes rayas blancas del Pacífico. Inclusive encontramos hace un par de días en el monte submarino Tengo Set un sitio que creemos es un sitio muy importante para la reproducción de estas rayas. Encontramos muchas cápsulas o huevos. Como les comentaba ayer, estas rayas son o una de las rayas que puede vivir más profundo y que además en especies similares se ha estudiado que tienen periodos de incubación sumamente largos. Así que fue un descubrimiento bastante importante. Pudimos traer a bordo un par de estas cápsulas y demostrar que eran viables. Encontramos embriones en estadios muy tempranos de desarrollo. Así que el desarrollo puede durar unos 3, 4 años, calculamos, bastante lento. Y bueno, es importante saber que estos montes son sitios de crianza para estos organismos de los cuales se tiene muy poca información y que toda esta información nos sirva para justificar la protección y el manejo adecuado de estos montes submarinos. Esperamos ver algún tiburón. Ahorita estamos a la mitad de la expedición, así que no perdemos las esperanzas. Parte de los estudios que ha hecho la Universidad de Costa Rica en aguas profundas incluye una zona frente a la península de Osa, al sur de Costa Rica, en el Pacífico también. Y en esa oportunidad estuvimos lanzando cámaras con carnada o props y en todas las estaciones aparecieron. En este caso no sé si el ruido o las luces del ROV harán que estos organismos no los podamos ver, que sean bastante tímidos. Es una posibilidad. Pero bueno, no perdemos la esperanza de ver algún tiburón. Ojalá un tiburón linterna. O muchos. El otro día nos preguntaban si apagáramos las luces, qué podríamos observar, si podemos ver bioluminiscencia. Y un dato interesante sobre el mar profundo es que la bioluminiscencia o la producción de luz por organismos vivos es probablemente la forma de comunicación más común del planeta, ya que estamos hablando del ambiente más extenso del mundo. Sin embargo, no todas las cámaras pueden captar esta luz de la bioluminiscencia, así que no necesariamente por apagar las luces podríamos verlo, pero es una forma de comunicación muy común. Un saludo a las personas que nos observan desde Perú. El Falcor 2, en el cual estamos a bordo en este momento, va a estar en la región por los próximos años. Así que va a ser muy interesante tener tantos estudios de nuestra Latinoamérica y poder comparar todo lo que estamos observando.
She did specify that she wants me to collect every. Lol, that's not true. We're just in the manifesting mode this morning.
What are you seeing?
It's gone.
Oh.
It's gone.
There's another one of those
diagram one.
Swimming shrimp.
There's not a lot living here, is there, dear? There's just not a lot living here.
Sorry?
There's not a lot living here. It's like just tuna kills.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, we've been seeing some bigger rocks a while ago. They were more light there.
Ooh, jelly.
Ooh, jellyfish.
Something.
Yeah, we have encountered many jellyfish during the expedition, especially when we are coming down and coming up with the ROV. Wow, this is cute, yeah. Si los montes submarinos se consideran, pues, digamos, oasis en el mar profundo, cada vez que nos acercamos a ellos comenzamos a ver más diversidad. Parte de lo que estamos intentando hacer con los datos que estamos obteniendo es entender un poco mejor este acoplamiento entre la columna de agua y el fondo. Cuando el ROV no está trabajando en el agua, tenemos un CTD que mide temperatura, oxígeno, diferentes parámetros que nos ayudan a comprender mejor toda la columna de agua y poder asociarlo a todo lo que estamos observando. También el ROV tiene muchos sensores que nos dan muchísimos datos útiles para esto. El ROV tiene también botellas con las que podemos traer muestras de agua.
You know how it's like going in and out of stuff like that? Yeah, it's usually when it's on. Yeah, so whatever that's.
So an important part of the work we are doing involves the watching again all the videos and corroborate our identifications. Sometimes we are really excited because we are looking at really new things. So after this, we make a whole analysis on the videos. We are using modern systems of annotation for videos that will also allow us to get help from artificial intelligence to be able to speed up the time we need to analyze the videos. Estamos viendo una zona sumamente sedimentada. Mucha materia cayendo desde la superficie. Este que vemos en pantalla es un gusano bellota. Está muy emparentado con los pepinos de mar, aunque no forma parte del mismo grupo, pero son de los organismos con los que comparte mayores características. Al inicio del buceo observamos un pulpo, diferente al que encontramos en Dorado y similar al que hemos visto en otros sitios que hemos estado explorando. En este momento este sitio aún no tiene nombre. Parte de lo que queremos hacer el equipo costarricense a bordo es proponer nombres para todas estas estructuras que estamos explorando. A la izquierda estábamos observando una anémona del género Relicanthus bastante grande que ha estado teniendo apariciones muy comunes en nuestros buceos. So right now we are close to halfway towards the summit of this unnamed feature, looking for shimmering water. These are huge sponges with crinoids on top, glass sponges. Black coral there. I think it's the first I see. A bordo tenemos especialistas en corales negros y octocorales. Hemos estado recolectando muestras que les permitirán conocer un poco mejor la diversidad que estamos observando. Muchos de los organismos no podemos poner o sugerir nombres aún, ya que es necesario usar otras técnicas como la microscopía electrónica, por ejemplo, para poder identificar correctamente estas especies, que muchas probablemente sean especies nuevas. Estamos justo, bueno, ayer fue el día en el que nos encontramos justo en la mitad de la expedición, así que aún quedan bastantes inmersiones. Ojalá nos sigan, ojalá sigan estando en sintonía con la expedición. Esperamos hacer muchos otros descubrimientos bastante interesantes. This is a Crosota jellyfish passing by. Really psychedelic jellies. Pulpito Slow would be a good name.
Yeah, well, yeah, something like that, or just something that's pretty cool. Like, the venting containers thing, it was similar type of material, but then there was like a collapse, right? And so I was looking here, something that just looks different. Whether it's clearer rocks, a change, and whatever material.
Ahorita nos estamos dirigiendo a nuestro quinto punto de observación de los 7 que tenemos planeados hasta llegar a la cima de esta estructura que aún no tiene nombre. Si llegamos a la cima más rápido de lo que esperamos, vamos a empezar a tomar algunas muestras para poder analizar con mayor detalle y seguir explorando. Ready?
Take your time, but just whereabouts are we?
We are almost on the halfway. So we already passed point 4.
Okay.
We're moving to 5 and still no signs of shimmering.
Sounds great.
So yeah, I think we are not making collections
Until the last bit. I saw that.
So right now I will pass my seat to Diva Amon from Trinidad and Species. A nice organization working to understand better our deep sea environments. Buenos días, en este momento voy a pasar la silla a Diva Amon de Trinidad y Tobago y una organización conocida como Species. We are seeing an octopus on the background. Estamos observando un pulpo, así que en este momento aprovecho y le paso mi lugar a Diva. Muchísimas gracias, nos vemos mañana. Vamos a estar transmitiendo aproximadamente hasta las 3 de la tarde con un o una científica diferente cada hora narrando los buceos. Pura vida.
Don't leave for the octopus. Stay. Aaron said goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be a kind of Hey again. It's me again.
Just kidding. Exactly.
Yeah, Diva always get the nice animals.
Thanks, Thea. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. So, yeah, we have just spotted an octopus, which is one of our species of interest. So I think we're going to take a closer look at it, if possible, please, pilot. So while we're setting up, my name is Dr. Diva Amen. I am with the University of California, Santa Barbara, as well as Species and NGO in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm joined on this shift from the science party by Dr. Miguel Semedo from the University of Porto in Portugal. So we're just going to try to get a closer look to see what species this is. The goals of our dive today are really looking around this previously unexplored area of this seamount outcrop. We mapped this area a few days ago and explored it yesterday for the first time. For the first time that anyone has ever explored it, and now we are back in a different area of, yeah, if we could zoom please. So now we are back in a different area of this seamount, and once again we are looking for venting, moose, right? Their eyes are so human-like.
Yeah,
This
in a different family.
is it moose?
Moose.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a male.
So we have all of the octopus experts, including Janet Boyd, have jumped into the room because this is exciting. And for the morning, we've already seen a Granelodone octopus, but this one we can confirm is a moose octopus from the genus Moose octopus, which is the genus that we observed at Dorado Outcrop, brooding eggs in the hundreds. So this is exciting. We're just getting some good looks at it. A key. This is a male, Janet has said, and a key way. Oh yes, you can see its reproductive arm, the closest arm to the camera, right? Yes. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like showing off for us.
And a key way to tell the difference between this genus and the other genus of octopus that we've been seeing is that the other one is quite bumpy. It has lots of bumps all over its skin.
It's named after a guy who filmed like deep sea ponds. It doesn't quite flow off the tongue, but pay attention to it. So I think that on the right mantle is a scar. You might have run into a rock.
So Janet is just sharing that the big mark on the side of its head she thinks is a scar, perhaps from a bump in its head somewhere.
We all have
I don't know what else would cause that. Predation?
I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, and he's got a hole in
Yeah.
his web between the first and second arms, which I don't remember seeing in it.
So this one not only has this scar on its head, but it also has a hole in the web, which you can just see as we're panning away. Or sorry, zooming away. Sure.
So you can if you want to fit for free.
I think when they put their dorsal arms up like that, they're sniffing the breeze. They have chemoreceptors in their suckers.
Do you want to come say some of these things to the expectant audience?
When they put their dorsal or their upper arms up like that, I believe they're checking out the breeze to see what they can smell. Oh, here we go. Beautiful kick. He says, I'm getting out of here, guys.
Oh, that was so gorgeous.
Yeah. Go into greener pasture, so to speak.
So in case you're wondering who that was our, not just our, the world expert on deep sea octopus, Dr. Janet Voigt, who's joining us from the Field Museum in Chicago. Okay, so that was a great little tantalizing hint.
Has anybody noticed the water seems to be murky? Apparently not. I do.
I think it's just the sea floor is very sedimented and perhaps makes the water look muted
All right.
rather than it being in the water itself.
Haven't worked with hydrothermal vents. I of course think that means there's a black smoke and everything.
I mean, that would be great. I will definitely help to try to manifest that. But yeah, this area of this seamount that we've been visiting, or outcrop that we've been visiting, has had a very different, well, the terrain is completely different. The fauna looks very different in that there's not a lot of fauna that we've seen so far. You can see the seafloor at, this initial glance. Doesn't look like there's much going on. We can see a crinoid there, some sponges. But compared to other sites we visited, and even the other end of the this area that we visited, there's a lot less of the big fauna going on. So we're not quite sure why that is, but we are on the hunt for low temperature venting. And what that looks like is water that is shimmering coming from the seafloors. And in those areas where water is shimmering, you often get much less sediment. So the rocks appear to be a lot cleaner, if you will. So those are some of the clues that we're going to be looking for. Very dark rock, lacking sediment, perhaps, and you often get some distinct fauna around them. So for instance, we've seen these brooding octopus around the venting. We've also found a skate nursery around the venting, or in the region of venting. And you often get this abundance of life in these areas. So those are some of the things that we're going to be looking for as we continue up slope in this spot. So these are glass sponges. We did collect a similar, either the same species or a similar species on an earlier dive. And these are the glass sponges, perhaps Euplectella, or that have the two shrimp that live within it, and spend their whole lives living within it because they're unable to leave. But you can see it's covered in lots of other animals. So it's got a crinoid, which is the yellow-white animal down by the base, and then many different brittle stars that are using its structure to be able to get up into the water column and filter feed. There's an entrepreneurist or acorn worm. And we've seen quite a couple of these on some other dives. They're nicknamed Yodas for their obvious head structures. But they essentially slink along the seafloor eating. You can see it's transparent and you can see all the sediment that it's eaten and that is making its way slowly out of its gut as poop. And they do these amazing spiral poos, in case you're wondering. So this site that we're exploring, there was some previous, although no one has ever laid eyes on this outcrop before yesterday. There were some surveys done several years ago from a ship that lowered a coring device over the side. And so essentially kind of sample blind, if you will. And they found elevated temperatures, elevated heat flow temperatures. So these are some clues that this area is active in some way. And that's why we're going to be focused here. Ooh, Hydromedusa jelly just going off screen. Ooh, can we get a zoom on that fish going off screen just in the top left corner? If possible, please. What is it?
The one we were saying that.
Oh, it looks like it has a disgusting parasite on it.
I don't think it was like a sleep pit, something like that.
Okay, so I'm joined by Beatriz Naranjo, who is the lead in the albacore. Oh no, not a parasite, just a cut. And we're just ruminating over whether this could be a slickhead. We're furiously flicking through the guides right now. But have we seen this one before? Wow, yeah, it has a really big cut on its side. Ugh.
Yeah, I think we saw one.
Okay, not in the CCZ one. Great footage. Wow, you can the texturing on its head and body is just love it. Thank you, pilots. That was great. Ooh. Oh no. I got excited. I thought it was a shark. Never mind.
I thought I was missing something.
Never mind. I got really excited there. Oh yeah.
We saw one the other day.
Yeah.
Somewhere, guys. Something similar to this one.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
the oh. So yeah, considering this seafloor is very hard, there's a lot of, as you can see, low bait lavas. All these little sort of rocks are essentially lavas that have become encrusted with this crust, and these would usually form a great place for lots of animals to attach to, things like corals and sponges and anemones, and that's what we've seen at many other sites. But here we're not seeing that. And yeah, really interesting. We're not quite sure why that is. But we are now moving into an area with some larger rocks. The one in the box. Thanks. So we got to keep our eyes peeled here because this could be prime shimmer area, shimmer zone. So now we're beginning to see a few more corals. This one coming up looks like it could be a bamboo coral or from the family Isididae, this tall structure. And then behind it, a pretty large sponge, a few pretty large sponges. A lot of fish around here. Quite a few ophiuroids, but again, nothing in the numbers we've seen at other sites. So a few different types of sponges now. We've seen some stalk sponges like the ones dead ahead, as well as some more unique structures for sponges. Big sea spider at the top of the screen. Crinoid off to the left. Oh, and a little sea cucumber, either Peniagni or Amperima, probably genus. One of the prettier ones, in my opinion. Oh, and it has a little friend, a little polychaete friend sitting under its tube feet. Wow, I never knew those appendages on their head are hairy. Or the whole thing generally is hairy. That's interesting. You can see this one's got a full gut. That's great. Thank you, Pilot. Yeah, it's so funny. I've spent hours and days and days of my life looking at imagery collected from an area to the west of here called the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. And that particular holothurian is one that we see, it looks very similar to ones that we see there, but our imagery has never been as good as this, or at least the ones I've worked with. And so it's really fascinating to be able to see that level of detail. A sea urchin down there, some more sponges, corals. This geology is so interesting. You can literally imagine, like, gosh, and I'm going to caveat all of this by saying I'm not a geologist, but you can imagine this big sheet of lava being sort of extruded and then cooling and cracking up into these pieces as they cooled. Another gorgeous jelly. There seems to be a lot happening in the water column here. So we've seen a good few jellies, quite a lot of fish. And that could potentially be indication of increased productivity in the water or something. Again, everything is like a clue when we're doing exploration, looking for certain areas. Now a lot of squat lobsters appearing here. A lot of these galatheid white squat lobsters. You can see 2 at the top of the screen. Some sea urchins down there. One of the things that's so exciting about deep sea exploration is that we can only see as far as our lights let us see. And so that means you're always exploring with this idea of like what's just beyond the light. But it's also very frustrating because it's like, what's just beyond the light? Like, what are we missing? We could just be, you know, a few sort of tens of meters away from something and not know it's there.
Okay, we'll do. Thank you.
Quite a few different morphologies of sponges. This one, we can see part of it has died, but a shape that, yeah, is really interesting. No obvious indication of venting from here. Some really big tunicates here. Now, as we're getting up onto this ridge, we are beginning to see a bit more life, and that could be because of the increased current flow being more exposed, this area. What looks like a synaphrobranchid or cutthroat eel. Here we have a stalked sponge that has a brisingid sea star attached to it. And so there are actually right here, you can see an ophiuroid as well as a sea star. So there are two different classes of echinoderm, but yet they look remarkably similar. So both are pink. The one on the left that we're looking at the back of, that's a sea star. And the one on the right with 5 arms is an ophiuroid. And that's a clear way to tell them apart, but they sit in very similar like ecological niches where they're both suspension feeders and they both like to haul themselves up off the seafloor like you're seeing the sea star doing here, to be able to put its arms out just like you're seeing, spread them wide, and then be able to filter the water as it goes by. And we know in many parts of the deep sea that sponge stalks and coral stalks are essential for increasing diversity in these ecosystems. They form like almost like a keystone role, providing homes for many other animals. Some sea cucumbers coming up. Two sea cucumbers, potentially from maybe synallactids or diamatids. It certainly feels like there's venting around here. I don't know, I'm just getting that gut feeling. So there's a really good example of what I was just referring to, in that there's an old sponge stalk or coral stalk that's long died. And here you can see it's absolutely covered in brittle stars. There's probably like 10 more on this stalk, to the point where it's almost like, I'm guessing, weighing the stalk down. So just a good example of how important these structures are in these ecosystems. And as we're zoomed in here, we can see some encrusting sponges. We can also see those fan-like organisms, though those are bryozoans. And then, of course, this cuskeel just floating out of the screen. A really big sponge up on the left. Oh, so this could be that there's something living in a burrow just above the white. Yeah, so those are probably burrows, and then they've basically dug the burrow out, and that's resulted in sediment mixed with what's below these layers of lava, which is this siliceous carbonate ooze sort of mixed in. But yes, you can definitely see it looks like there's like animal activity here, like right down there and there. It looks like there's definitely something living under here. Good spot. Oh, can we do a quick zoom? I don't have a thing, but just to the right of it, I think there's a carnivorous sponge. So that there's like, it looks like a really thin strand with a, I think this is going to be the first one we've seen of these. It's just, I don't know where the pointy things are gone. Oh, sorry. This. So this looks like some kind of carnivorous sponge from the family Catalyze, and it almost looks like a flower, like a dandelion. So it's got this beautiful big long stalk, and then at the end of it, yeah, definitely, the end here. And so most sponges are. That's okay. That's okay. We can move on. We gotta. So most sponges are filter feeders. They have, if you think about the sponge structure, they've got these holes in the sponge structure, oscula, that they are able to pass water through. And in that process, they're able to filter any bits out of the water. But that sponge we just saw actually has, it's sort of like this parasol shape, and it's got basically these little hooks like Velcro attached to the side of it, and it's able to use those to actually snag things out of the water. So it's a little bit more perhaps active in inverted commas than other sponges. And we do see a lot of those in the area west of here that's had a lot of exploration recently. So what looks like a very big sea star coming into view here. This could be like a diaster or something like that. Some kind of Astropactinidae sea star. You can see it's got all of its little tube feet out, as well as some of its feeding tentacles. And another cascule and some corals also. No sign of venting yet. So we are heading slightly upslope, and right now at a depth of 2,848, we should be getting to a site that's about 20, 30 meters shallower. Lots of fish around here. Can we have a quick zoom on this fish? So this looks like a zoarcid. Yeah, so this is a zoarcid, or an eel pout fish. We haven't seen that many of these, but eel pouts are really famous from hydrothermal vent areas. where they're known to sit amongst the hydrothermal vent communities. But this one, pout, eel pout, P-O-U-T, exactly. Okay, that's great. Thank you, pilots. We can move on when you're ready. That does look very similar to some ones we've seen west of here as well. And they tend to be much more lethargic than other fish species. Some more ophiuroids or brittle stars, some crinoids. Some more sea cucumbers, sponges, some small corals dotted in between. So eel pouts are not the ones that roll themselves into a donut or a knot. Those are hagfish, and they're the ones that tend to be, they're notorious scavengers, and they tend to be found at whale falls, for instance, or other big food falls where they often tie themselves into knots to help themselves wrench off flesh from the food fall. That's not this. This is, they're similar, but in terms of they're both kind of like very elongated and skinny, but very different otherwise. Beautiful black coral we just passed over. Sea cucumber to the left. Several different types of sponge there. Crinoid just above. Don't think that one's clear because of venting, just because it's a vertical surface, unfortunately. Same with this one.
Adjust the camera if you want to.
Sure.
See better out of this one.
Sure. No, sponge. So we are probably quite close to the high point that we were in the process of climbing. So we're just going to do some white balancing of the main camera, in case you're wondering what's happening. Sea cucumber down to the left.
Alright, that's done.
Looks much better. So someone is asking whether this is the actual summit of this entire feature, and yes, it is. This is the highest point. Well, we're approaching the highest point on this outcrop. Ooh, very pretty sea star. Some kind of Hymenasta slime star, probably. Okay, we're definitely not at the summit yet, but we're on our way there. We're seeing quite a few more pillow lavas in this area, which is definitely a good sign. We are going to have to be keeping our eyes peeled for, hold on. So there was it wasn't quite, no, let's keep going, but this is definitely good terrain.
I will go up this, by the way.
Yes.
I just want to get on the ship side of it.
Sure. Whatever you need to do. A really big anemone, some galathea squat lobsters, some Synaphobranchid cutthroat eels. Wow, yes, this is a lot of pillows here. With this dusting of sediment. Ooh, a very big Relicanthus coming into view. We spotted a few of these on previous dives. This is a type of anemone, and but they were given their own family, I want to say. And they have these very long tentacles that can be retracted or extended, and that's how they're able to catch their food in the current. Gorgeous. Quick lasers on, just so we can get a sense of scale. Also, our co-chief scientist, Beth Orcutt, has arrived in the control van, which is always a good sign.
Just because we're back to pillows.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so you can see the lasers have just been flicked on. This is a pretty big relicanthus. They do tend to get generally quite big. Okay, we can flick them off and continue on. Thank you, pilots. Yeah, it feels very like it's, I don't know, it feels like it's here somewhere.
Let's look right there.
Right where? Sorry, here.
Just a shadow. Right down there, there's little wormies.
Okay. Did you hear that, pilots? Please. Oh yeah, little holes and wormies
Just have
down
a
there.
little quick zoom, see if there's any shimmer.
That was a good spot. Oh, a nice urchin. Oh, good spot. Okay, again, as I said, when Beth arrives in the control van, it's a good sign. So this is a lot of what we've been looking for. So we can see there's clear rock, black clear rock where there's no sediment. Those little green spot patches you can see on the rock there, those are the cement that have held previous octopus eggs in place. So we know that this was an area that an octopus did nest at some point. There's definitely shimmering here, definitely. And this mass hole feature is where we would expect to see shimmering emanating from the seafloor. So these are all really good signs. And so we're probably going to do some temperature measurements here. And we're also lucky because we're next to one of these beautiful urchins, perhaps from the genus Plesiodiadema, but they've got these very characteristic, very long spines. It was like legs? Spines. That was a really good spot. Could tell you've done this. This isn't your first rodeo, Beth.
Well, what I saw was
Hole.
the clean black, and then when we saw it, looked at it, it's like you see the little green cement. So clearly an octopus likes this black. Whether that's because it's from water or just the green area. Mind if I fly the camera while
Of
you're...
course. No, please. And do you want to just jump in the hot seat? Come on.
If you want me to, sure.
So I'm going to hand over to co-chief scientist Beth Orchid because she's going to advise on the temperature measurements that are about to happen. Now?
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. No. Like he's a professional now. He's pretty. All right. Okay, so our background temperature is 1.82 with the CTD. What do we see with the T probe? I don't see that reading. Okay. One point 1.46. All right. We've got that now on the overlay. You can see the temperature reading coming from this sensor that we're holding with the manipulator. Yeah, let's do the lower one first. I haven't actually seen shimmer here yet. I just see these other indications. So, oh, sorry, not that one. Yeah, the one right under where the, sorry, I'll stop moving that. Yes, right in that area where the green cement is from the octopus eggs.
I'm gonna torch out slowly, give you a little more slack there. Got it. Good. All right, we should have a good bit more reach.
So if you've been watching the dive for a while, you saw that we had been kind of going over areas with this blocky material over sediment. And we've seen that on other dives. Oh, all right. There's a little bit of venting here.
2.3.
Okay, we'll just hold it here for a moment just to see the temperature stabilize a little bit. So yeah, we've been going over this material we've seen on other dives, other seamounts. It seems to be kind of a carbonate ooze, an indurated carbonate mud with a layer of what we think is a manganese oxide encrusted mudstone. And then we transitioned into an area that has a different type of geology, these pillow basalts. And here in this particular spot, we see those features.
2.49.
Yeah, 2.49. So we know that on other seamounts in this region, that octopus seem to preferentially aggregate where there are warmer fluids coming out of the seafloor.
164.
And we're looking to see if that is observed anywhere else. And at least we see evidence that an octopus was here and had eggs in this area.
And we did see a moose octopus and a granella earlier.
Oh, we saw a moose octopus?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Or was that the male that flew away?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I didn't see that.
2.49 was the highest I saw.
We saw
2.64.
2.64. Yeah.
And it's over there. You can see the max.
Oh yeah, right below on the right of the.
Oh,
it says the
Oh,
max.
yeah, yeah. Oh, that's very helpful. Okay, so we'll record this as a 2.64, even though we don't see a lot of shimmer. There's a tiny little bit. Yes, so we will try the area below that Tyler and Chilcar were originally setting up for, now that we've seen some evidence here. But this is exciting.
You're going to try that little hole above the Greek stuff or not?
Not right this second.
So want to go down to the bottom of this?
Yeah. Let's go where you were originally aiming.
Take a look at this view. You'll see you're real close to the porch. You got room out.
All right. So let's keep our eyes on that temperature reading again to see if we see any evidence of shimmer and or temperature changes. All right.
No, what that temperature.
Whoa. That's strange. That wasn't your fault.
Yeah, just elevated to 2.6. So like a degree.
But that was
See
doing,
the egg. The cement.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Are you like one of those
the van is getting a little bit busy with a tour group in here. Whenever we have, yeah. All right, I don't think we need to go back to that same spot, Tyler, but let's try that little tiny hole right above the green cement, right in here, right back where you were. Yes, exactly, the one that Jimbo recommended.
So there's another one.
Yeah, I think that's just shadow. It doesn't actually have the clearing, but well, I mean, we can look at it for sure. If we've seen it once, we'll see it again.
It's actually below, see between your jaws?
Yeah, trying to get.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
This is like high precision surgery at almost 2.8 a little over 2.8 kilometers below the ocean surface.
It just blows my mind that the octopus can literally feel like a degree change and know that's a good spot for their eggs.
All right.
.92. We're not even in yet.
Yeah, it might be the water coming from.
2.78, 2.93.
Go for the win. Oh.
3.8.
Woo!
3.08, sorry.
Still cold, but warmer than the even colder water around it. Yeah, it's really fantastically amazing how animals can find these signatures. All right, so our max so far is 3.08.
Can I say something really quickly?
Yes.
And so a lot of deep sea animals we think are what's called stenotherms. So that means they live within a very small temperature range, unlike, for instance, you and I. And so that means that they'll be even more perceptive to these very, very tiny changes like we're seeing here. So yeah, just super cool stuff.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Diva. And I think that's also really important for us to think about the potential impacts of climate change in the deep sea. These organisms are very well tuned to these environmental conditions. Okay, thanks, Tyler and Chill Carl. We can, let's zoom out just to see if there's anything else around here that we want to try. Yeah. And then I might like to try a squeezer sample.
So we are at around 8.5 right now.
Yeah, so I think that's, oh, let's see.
It's just split between two rocks, I think. It looks too dirty to have anything else.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the signatures there. Yeah, okay.
There's
So-
a little bit of clean rock in there.
Yeah. Can we get a zoom in on that little oval hole there?
Yeah. That's got a coral right above it. Yeah, so you can see some still on it there. Can't see the thing connecting them, but
I'm not seeing signs of shimmering, but that doesn't mean that it's not slightly elevated. What this does indicate, though, that are these rocks are really porous, permeable to this flow.
Yeah. There's definitely shimmering there.
I think that's just debris.
Yeah.
Okay, we can come wide. I still think we'll focus on the orifice that has the octopus egg cement. Really cool. And Chill Carl, I don't know if, and Tyler, I don't know if you've noticed that we changed the lanyards on 2 of them because we noticed with one of the ones we recovered the other day that the lanyard was actually behind the white stuff. So we were wondering if that's part of the problem we're having. So we didn't change all of them. So you can see that the ones on the port side just have a ring, and then the other ones have the lanyard that we've been using, just so you know when you pick it up if it looks different.
There's a magic spot on this porch where I can give you a better view. The magic spot show.
Thanks to everybody that's been watching with us today. This is an exciting moment for us to confirm that there's some low temperature hydrothermal venting at this unnamed feature. to the southwest of the other places where we've confirmed venting. Yesterday's dive was at the same place. We were doing some heat flow measurements in some of the more sedimented parts of this feature, confirming that it was indeed warm, but the question was, where was the water coming out? We finally found our first indication of that. We're going to try to sample that now. Really exciting moment for us on this dive so far. Looking forward to what comes next. And yeah, thanks for tuning in wherever you are all over the world. If you want to throw up in the chat where you're watching from, we always love to know where our audience is coming from, joining us as we're out here in the Pacific Ocean. Do you want to hop back in? Oh, Sergio, you want to be up here? All right, I'm going to hand this back over to our next watch lead, which is Sergio Cambronero from the Universidad Nacional in Costa Rica.
Felt it. Yeah, it's like I can hear it. It's calling to me.
You're lined up, just keep shouldering down, and as soon as I see flex.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sergio, and I would like to thank Dr. Beth Orcutt, one of our chief scientists. Also, Dr. Diva Ayman, who was our previous dive lead. And my very good colleague, Dr. Miguel Semedo from Portugal, who is behind the scenes helping us with the annotation of everything we see on video. So I will be joining you for the next hour while we watch this very interesting feature. For those of you who are just tuning in, we just found evidence of warmer fluid associated with what you see on the screen is these holes that are clear of sediment. And if you see close enough, there are little green spots. And this is what we call cement. And this is what octopus use to attach their eggs to the substrate. So it's a very good sign of the shimmering water that we were looking for. So this is a pretty exciting part of the dive that we have today, our 8th dive of this expedition, Octopus Odyssey, offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas que se conectan desde Costa Rica y diferentes partes del mundo de habla hispana. Mi nombre es Sergio Cambronero y los voy a estar acompañando por la siguiente hora. Soy investigador y profesor de la Universidad Nacional en Costa Rica. Y en este momento estamos muy emocionados, ya que acabamos de ver evidencia de agua más caliente saliendo de la corteza oceánica. Lo pueden ver ustedes mismos en sus pantallas. Si ven muy cerca del centro, en la parte superior, hay unos huecos y hay unos como unas manchitas, por decirlo así, de color verde pegadas en la roca. Y estos son signos y evidencia de actividad asociada a pulpos. En este caso, esto es lo que se le llama como cemento y es lo que utilizan los pulpos para pegar sus huevos en el sustrato. Así que esto es una parte muy emocionante de este buceo, el buceo número 8 de esta expedición. Estamos en vivo y en directo, transmitiendo desde 2.830 metros de profundidad mar adentro en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica. Así que si nos sintonizan y si están viendo esta transmisión desde Costa Rica a otras partes del mundo de habla hispana, nos encantaría leerles, saber desde dónde se están conectando. Y por supuesto, si tienen preguntas y comentarios, las pueden dejar en nuestros canales de Facebook y YouTube del Schmidt Ocean Institute y las vamos a estar respondiendo y leyendo por acá. So keep leaving your comments and questions in our YouTube and Facebook channels. We will be very happy to read them and answer them while we live stream our 8th dive of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. What you see here, this green gooey thing, like that looks like hard actually on the rock, is evidence of octopus presence. In this case, they use this green substance as a cement to attach their eggs to the substrate.
You want me to come, you want to pick it up with a starboard and me grab with a port?
So hello, we see some people tuning in from Chicago, Oklahoma, Hawaii, Oregon, Nevada, Indonesia. So we're being we're being joined by lots of people from all around the world. This is very exciting for us, as one of the main objectives of this expeditions are not only to advance and collect scientific observations, but also to have an outreach impact. So what are we going to do here is try to sample this warmer fluid that we see previously is about 1 degree warmer than the surrounding. So as you see on screen, right now the surrounding water is about 1.82 centigrade degree. And when our ROV pilots introduced the temperature probe into this hole, the maximum reading that we got was 3.08 degrees. So this is, again, a very exciting part of this dive, because this is what actually one of the main objectives of this expedition. So we're going to try and use one of our instruments that's called the squeezer sample. And this is basically to obtain water sample of this fluid that's coming up out of the ocean crust. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Muchísimas gracias por dejarme sus comentarios y saludos. Para mí es un placer. Y de nuevo, si se están conectando desde diferentes partes del mundo, por favor, déjenoslo saber en sus comentarios en YouTube y en Facebook. Por acá los estaremos leyendo. Also, special thanks to our Schmidt Ocean Institute team here in the control room. J-Rod, the pilot, and Scott for doing amazing maneuvering. And also Steph, who is behind the scenes making all of this possible. So special thanks to them as we try to get a sample of this fluid. So this is the second dive at this particular outcrop, which is east of another feature that is called Caballito, which translates to little horse. This was previously unexplored until now. We're fortunate enough to see it live with our own eyes. So
You want to see it go in with the 4K or?
That's okay, as long as we can see the sick man, that's fine.
Roger that. Will you zoom in with the 6K?
all right, number 3, you're up, definitely. Fingers crossed that this will fire so we can get a very, very valuable sample of this fluid.
Trying to hold, correct?
Yeah, exactly, the one that's kind of right in between the cement, yeah, going right for it.
like that?
I think so, yeah, that looks great. Can we get a still, please, Miguel?
Let me know when you're ready for me to close. Ready for me to try? You all right?
Okay, go ahead and try to squeeze. Alright, under is not coming back.
So what you're currently seeing on your screens is what we call a squeezer sampler, and this instrument allows us to get a small amount
Yeah, that's how we were using the other drones before. Another Chris? Let's try that.
Okay, so try to stop it on.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna give this to you.
So I'll grab the pail,
Grab the,
you'll grab the pail and then I'll.
yeah, the only, so just so you know, when we were doing this before, once you get it with those parallel gels, you have nothing to stop it from wanting to fall out. So you have to keep yourself parallel. or
Lo que
fix
ven en
it.
sus pantallas en este momento es un instrumento que se utiliza para muestrear el fluido que sale de la corteza oceánica. Se le llama squeezer sampler y básicamente nos permite obtener una pequeña muestra de este fluido que una vez que lo tengamos de vuelta en el laboratorio se le harán análisis correspondientes para comprobar su origen y además qué otros parámetros asociados a este fluido.
Bring it up to you. All right, that's good.
We're currently live streaming from 2,830 meters offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Currently, almost to the summit of this unnamed outcrop. And we're gonna go ahead and try to get a sample of this warmer fluid that we just saw is coming out of that hole at the center of your screen. So we're seeing some amazing maneuvering from our ROV pilots. This takes impressive skills in order to do this, so bear with us as we try to trigger this squeezer sampler.
Just go right before you touch. You need to get your drone
So if you have any questions, comments, please leave them in our YouTube and Facebook channels. So as the name says, the squeezer sampler is an instrument that you see is kind of a valve that gets triggered by squeezing the top. So this is what our pilots are trying to do. So right now I'm currently seeing some impressive maneuvering here with our ROV SuBastian. Wow. That was impressive. So we're seeing some questions and comments in our YouTube channels while we try to get a sample of this warmer fluid. And we have a question about what type of octocoral, of octopus did we see earlier today? And according to our octopus expert on board, Dr. Janet Boyd, that was Granelodoni, as some other folks in the chat have suggested. So thanks again to all the audience who is enthusiastically watching this live streams as we explore the depths of Costa Rica.
Second, kind of need the guy to go for it now. Oh. Next time you get in there, this is a hard grab with these jaws. All right, I'm stable again.
Come back in.
Let me get back on that. You just hold tight on that for right now. All right, back to stable. Oh, no, it's not going to come in. Once you grab tight with those jaws, once you release, it has the tendency to want to do some rolling stuff out. Once you
Do some rolling stuff?
Yeah, like once you have tight on it, you go to bump open, those jaws go crazy. You don't know what's on the back.
So we see people
Yeah.
tuning in and watching this live stream from all around the world. So we have reports from Canada, Germany, and from Barcelona.
Another red one or?
So thanks again for tuning in as we sample this warmer fluid that's coming out of the ocean crust. We're going to give a second try with our squeezer sampler. And this is very important for us and for colleagues on board to have a water sample of this fluid in order to have more detail about the possible origin of this water and also the composition. So from previous studies, we know that not only this water is coming out warmer, a little bit warmer out of the ocean crust, but also in some way depleted in oxygen. And this is part of what the scientists on board will do once we get these samples back in the ship.
We'll do the intervention.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I'm grabbing the.
Yeah, you're
So what you see on the screen
You
is
get more options with this.
the set of squeezer samplers that we have on ROV SuBastian. we're gonna go ahead and give it a second try to get this valuable sample. And we're currently 2,830 meters deep. Very, very close to the summit. I would say that almost this is the summit of this unnamed outcrop. So it's number 9 turn. I hope everyone's crossing their fingers. Hopefully this time we will be able to fire it, get the sample we want. El funcionamiento de estos equipos que ven acá, que es como una válvula con el número 9. Básicamente esta válvula se acciona una vez que se estripa la parte de arriba, que estamos viendo que está agarrando el brazo robótico de SuBastian, el submarino. Y básicamente una vez que esa válvula se acciona, permite succionar, así como una especie de jeringa, y permite succionar una muestra de este fluido que vemos saliendo de la corteza marina. Lo intentamos una vez y no funcionó el instrumento número 3. Y debido a que esta muestra es tan importante desde un punto de vista científico, estamos intentándolo de nuevo. Así que estamos cruzando los dedos por acá y esperando que esta vez sí funcione el número 9. Así que manténganse atentos y atentas. Es un momento de tensión acá en el cuarto de control del ROV SuBastian.
Yes.
Woo! Woo!
That's not even the same trigger, but.
I know, right out there. It worked.
Oh, yay. So, great moment in this, our 8th dive of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. What we have here now in this type of syringe you see here is a little bit of the fluid that's coming out of the ocean crust. And now, once we get it back on board, we will be able to take a closer look and examine the composition of this water. So, great moment. And definitely some intense moments here in the control room. And special thanks to our pilots, J-Rod and Scott, for this amazing, amazing skills. It's not an easy thing, believe me. Lucky number 9. That's it.
You want to put it back in?
No, like our deployable one. Let's go hunt around first and then we'll see if this is the spot we want to put it.
Do you want to take this skinny
Do you want
sample?
to put a solid Q marker here?
No, thank you.
I'm going to put just a digital marker right here.
Yeah, that's great. once we commit to put stuff out, we'll like chuck it all out.
Looking for some minutes, huh?
So thanks everyone who is watching this live and giving their support to us here. This is special.
Yeah, so it's number 9, and then whatever. Yep. Thank you.
Heading up towards waypoint 5, looking for venting, or you want me just zigzagging around here?
Yeah, let's kind of just look around. See if
So
we can even come back a little bit.
we got a successful sample with our squeezer. Now we're gonna head out and keep on our way to exploring the summit of this unnamed outcrop. We're looking for more evidence of venting and shimmering. So for those of you who are watching us live, let us know if you see also some evidence of octopus cement or shimmering water. As we keep exploring, we see some sea cucumbers at the bottom, a couple of them. They are very, very common at these depths. Usually the dominant fauna, along with other types of echinoderms such as sea stars and urchins.
You want fast searching or slow searching? Which one?
You're great.
Estamos en vivo y en directo desde un afloramiento rocoso sin nombre, mar adentro en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica. Acabamos de tener un muestreo exitoso del fluido que sale de la corteza oceánica.
Yeah, it looks like that summit's still
Esto es un punto importante de la expedición, ya que lo hemos intentado hacer en buceos anteriores y el instrumento no ha respondido. Pero tenemos excelentes noticias, ya que esta vez sí funcionó. Y esto es de suma importancia, ya que es primordial para nosotros y para los científicos a bordo entender la composición de este fluido que sale y que emana de la corteza marina. Mientras vemos esta maravillosa tunicado, una asidia. Tenemos una medusa que se le llama, es una especie de medusa que se llama medusa, es su nombre científico, que se acercó a decirnos hola mientras seguimos explorando la cima de este afloramiento rocoso que no tiene nombre. Este es nuestro buceo número 8 de esta expedición. Hopefully.
It's a hole. Yeah, can we back up just a second? Just on this big folder, like further on the right.
Yeah, the right.
Oh yeah, there's that too. I
And that
There was
ledge.
shadow, but there was maybe something attached to it.
So we're looking for more evidence of sh- shimmering water coming out of the crust. So for the next hours of this dive, we're gonna be cruising, navigating with our ROV SuBastian, looking and zooming in for potential evidence either of shimmering water or octopus associated with this warmer fluids. Oh. Pretty interesting hole. Oh wow. Okay. Oh. Hmm.
Can we stick the key probe in there?
So these particular holes are of interest because there might be some fluid coming out of there. I don't know, but that's an interesting hole for sure. Wow.
Farther reach, you know, when it's from.
So what we're gonna do right now is
With the temper?
getting our temperature probe, which is pretty much a stick that allows us to have a measurement of the temperature further away from the SuBastian sensors that are attached to the body of the ROV. So this is the temperature probe that we were talking about. We're going to go ahead and introduce it in this very particular hole. We see, I think that's some crustacean poking out of the hole. Probably he's inviting us. So what you see on screen now is the temperature reading from the probe, which is different than the temperature reading from the SuBastian. That's the one that you have on the lower left corner. And we're doing this to see if we can find evidence of warmer fluid associated with this hole. So we're being invited by this station. Oh, yeah.
3.22.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, 3.6.
All right.
Before we do a squeezer, there's another hole to our right.
So we're definitely getting warmer fluid out of this hole. And
All right, 3.96.
give me four, give me four.
3.96. Oh, let's get 4.
Let's get four. Whoa!
4.25. Sorry.
So,
It's a pretty deep hole.
wow.
Good.
This is great news for our team because this is our main objective, not only of this dive, but also of this expedition. to find evidence of this outflow of the ocean crust. So this is great. If you take a look at the other temperature reading, the water at this hole is almost no, a little bit higher than 2 degrees than the surrounding water. So this is amazing because in our previous dives, we've seen warmer fluid, but just about 1 degree. So again, huge milestone of this expedition as we live streamed this from the Pacific coast of Costa Rica.
Got another little hole right here too. Oh, yeah. This one first?
Yeah.
Going up. 2.7.
Okay. Three.
3.2.
2.
Definitely some elevation there.
Ow.
If you want, since we know there's a lot of holes right here, we can. It's the last 5 minutes. If you want, after we do this one, we can keep the high temp program, we can just keep up around here a little bit, see if there's any more holes and.
Yeah. Yeah, so as long as we have a marker here, so we can come back to one, about 3.6. Okay. So go ahead and pull that back and we'll-
Es un momento importantísimo en esta expedición, lo que están presenciando en vivo, ya que estamos teniendo evidencia de este fluido que es más caliente que el agua circundante. Este fluido emana de la corteza oceánica y es justo uno de los objetivos principales de esta expedición, ya que es un mecanismo geofísico que solamente se ha documentado en este lugar y en otro sitio del mundo, y que se conoce como he's like, thanks for visiting, guys. Es un como les estaba comentando, es un mecanismo geofísico que solamente se ha registrado en esta zona en particular en Costa Rica y en California. Así que aquí estamos avanzando en el conocimiento humano y en la ciencia. Es muy importante también porque se ha encontrado evidencia de que los pulpos y otros animales tienen una relación particular con estos fluidos que salen más calientes de la corteza oceánica. Así que definitivamente un gran momento para nosotros en esta expedición y para toda la humanidad.
Yeah, in that one spot where it's black. You want to do a reading there?
Yes, please.
Así que muchísimas gracias a todos y a todas quienes se conectan desde Costa Rica y otras partes del mundo de habla hispana. Por favor, si tienen alguna pregunta, algún comentario o simplemente un saludo desde donde se conectan, para nosotros es muy importante tener esta interacción con ustedes y aprovechar este recurso tecnológico que el Schmidt Ocean Institute nos da la oportunidad de tener el día de hoy como costarricense y tico y apasionado por la vida marina y el océano, les digo que esto es algo increíble. No solamente estar acá, sino saber que en Costa Rica se está finalmente avanzando en este tipo de exploraciones, ya que el 92% de nuestro país está ubicado, es territorio marítimo, y de ese porcentaje, el 60% es territorio que tiene aguas profundas, o sea, por debajo de los 200 metros de profundidad. Así que es un gran momento para la ciencia, es un gran momento para la historia de Costa Rica y principalmente porque no solamente estoy yo, sino otros 8 científicos y participantes siendo partícipes y pudiendo colaborar de esta expedición, así como muchísimos otros y otras que están asociados y que están esperando las muestras en tierra. Aprovecho también para comentarles que los líderes de esta expedición, la doctora Beth Orcutt y el doctor Jorge Cortés, han permitido que esta expedición cuente con un equipo internacional de científicos y artistas, lo cual es muy importante para asegurar una equidad en el acceso y en el desarrollo de capacidades de exploración e investigación del océano.
No, and it doesn't get very hot.
Okay, you can come up with that.
All right, have another little poke around.
Yeah,
What's
let's just
there?
let's keep looking around.
So we're going to go ahead and keep on our way exploring the summit of this unnamed outcrop. And we are really excited because we found not one, not two, but 3 different spots that we collected evidence of warmer fluid coming out of the crust.
Almost like a fracture line right there.
Yeah.
You see that? Like I'll get in line with it. See that? It's like a fracture line.
Yes. Going along there. Mm-hmm.
You want me to follow that? See if there's any.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep it in mind, but I think we're just looking for anything that looks more environmental.
This is dive number 8 of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. We're having an amazing dive as we have been able to find some evidence of warmer fluid coming out of the ocean crust. But also I just wanted to invite you, if you have not seen our previous dives, wanted to invite you to go ahead and visit the Schmidt Ocean Institute channel in YouTube or Facebook, because they have all the recordings of our previous dives that we have been able to see amazing observations, including thousands of octopuses breeding their eggs, many different species of corals, sea cucumbers, fishes. So again, if you have not been able to see those dives live, don't worry, you have the option to watch the recordings on the Schmidt Ocean Institute channels. We're currently seeing 2 interesting animals. We saw at the bottom, an acorn worm that's called Yoda purpurata. Then we saw, I think it was a cosquil. Very common at these steps. We've been seeing a lot of them. We've also been seeing, as you can see right now, a lot of echinoderms as the sea stars, the brittle stars. We also see some large sea cucumber on your right. These animals play an important role at these steps as they feed on the sediment that accumulates on top of this old oceanic crust. Let's just not forget that all this sediment was at some point produced at the surface and eventually sank down to the bottom of the ocean in the way of what we scientists like to call marine snow. So we see a beautiful imagery right now. These animals you're seeing here are stonoliferans,
Well, we would never see gnats here because this water is.
and they form a beautiful seascape. So I hope you're excited as I am, because this is the first time that humans have been able to watch and explore these particular features offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Yeah, what about that?
Of course, they're down low. Oh, yeah, those look good. Let's.
Which one? This?
You got those, the bigger one.
Wow. Yeah. Uh-huh.
This is all in that fracture.
Yeah.
Just gonna real quick just scoot over here. Just have a look at this one.
So this looks like a very promising place to look for any evidence of shimmering water, which pretty much translates to warmer fluid coming out of the ocean crust.
Yeah, let's try those first.
This is the main objective of this dive, which is dive number 8. And we're keen to get evidence and samples of this fluid. The cement. Oh, yes. Here's the cement, I think. Yeah, green stuff. Can we do a zoom? So, yeah, looks like. Yeah. Wow. Oh, shimmer. Woo. So, bingo.
Nice
This
catch on the
is
octo glue.
just amazing. Again,
Yeah, a little bit there.
we got a lot of evidence of shimmering water coming out of the.
Since we're here, let's do these first and then we'll.
So the hypothesis that the scientists on board have is that this is part of a geophysical process that is called the hydrothermal siphon. So in this process, what you have is recharge sites, usually associated with seamounts, in which water filters through the seamount and eventually travels through the ocean crust and at some point finds its way out through this particular outflow features. So
3, 4, 5.
what you see in our screen is the temperature reading from the probe we're inserting in these holes. And as you see, is almost 2 degrees warmer than the surrounding water. So this is a great moment for us in this expedition.
2.81, let's call it.
Yeah.
The next one to the left there.
I think they're probably accessing the same water,
So it
so.
looks like it's flowing that way. The current's going that way.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we came to the left a little bit, we might actually make that
Okay.
more towards the source. Like where the shrimp is. Where the shrimping is? Yeah, maybe they're telling us it's the warmest spot.
So as you see on the screen, there is there is a lot of marine life forms associated with this warmer fluid. So this is of great interest to us because not only octopus but also other animals such as corals, a lot of crustaceans
it's-
are associated and
Yeah.
seem to have a preference for this warmer waters. And this is evidence to note the importance of these sites, but also in the future to use them as a proxy to find another hydrothermal activity in other sites.
Call that 4.39 again?
Wow, that's high.
You want to go one more to the left or just go ahead and go to the?
No, let's go to the octopus and cement spot.
I mean, clearly an octopus
So-
has used it.
We definitely have some
Yeah.
outflow of warmer fluid around here. But we're gonna go to a particular hole that we saw earlier that you can see on the top of your screen, right at the very edge, that has evidence of octopus cement, which is what octopus use to attach their eggs to the substrate.
There's an octopus up here.
Yep. Yeah, up on the other side.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Very
So-
sneaky.
Wow.
So they are.
I'm so happy. We're so happy now in the control room. I don't know if you're able to see it on screen, but if you take a closer look at the upper left corner, you might see a little white bump. So we will be heading there shortly. Okay, so that little white bump is actually an octopus, and this is just amazing observation for us because this will allow us to, yeah, part of the observations to test our hypothesis. Let's remind ourselves that these places that we're visiting are pretty remote, and this is the first time actually that this unnamed outcrop has ever been visited.
Going up right now.
Whoa. Whoa. So thanks to everyone who's joining us, and
469.
wow. So this is definitely really exciting. Wow. So this little creatures that you see and have like a whitish color are
498.
called stoloniferans or hydroids.
Let's go ahead and pop up and see what else we can see.
You want to go look at where that?
Yeah, we'll look at it, see if,
So they seem to have a preference for these warmer waters, and part of what we want to see and what we're looking for in these expeditions is to have a closer look at the composition of this fluid that comes out of the ocean crust. So part of the questions that we have is, apart from the temperature, what are the other features that this fluid has? Does it has more oxygen, less oxygen? But we do have some evidence from previous studies that it has this fluid is kind of depleted in oxygen, but this is part of what we're trying to resolve, and also to take a look at other the chemical composition and looking for particular signatures, such as many different compounds. As we see this beautiful octopus that looks like is in brooding position, although please bear with us because we're about to find that out.
So before we futz around with this one, I'd like to just look around a little bit and see if there's any other spots that have this, or this is the only one.
Beautiful sea star over there. I think it's a solasterit. So we see some comments in our YouTube channel about the potential ID of this octopus that we just saw. And we're gonna wait for the confirmation of our octopus expert, Dr. Janet Boyd. But to me, it looked like very similar to the other ones we saw initially. So we mainly have seen two genera of octopus, the Granulodoni and the moose octopus. As we see this beautiful, beautiful seascape full of these little octocorals, that's called stonoliferans. So we do have some suggestions in our comments that it might be a moose octopus, so bear with us as we confirm this. And it is almost 11 a.m. in Costa Rica time, and I would like to thank you for tuning in and joining. This is a very exciting dive as we explore this unnamed outcrop. And there is another octopus there, so please bear with us. This is an amazing dive, and I'm sure that we will find a lot more of exciting observations. For me, it was a pleasure to join you in this last hour. My name is Sergio Cambronero, and I will be soon, giving the dive lead control to my colleague and good friend, Celeste Sanchez from Universidad de Costa Rica, that will be joining you for the next hour. So bear with us. This is an amazing moment in this our dive number 8. So Janet, are those moose octopus? Are those moose octopus?
Yes.
Yes.
Those are moose octopus.
Okay, so we got a confirmation from our expert, Dr. Janet Boyd, that the octopus that we've been seeing and the one that we previously saw in brooding position are definitely of the moose octopus. So these are the ones that we saw earlier in our first dives. And again, well, thank you very much, and keep enjoying this amazing live stream down from the depths of Costa Rica. Muchísimas gracias. Para mí ha sido un placer acompañarlos durante esta última hora. Estamos obteniendo observaciones maravillosas en este afloramiento rocoso que no tiene nombre, pero que definitivamente va a pasar a la historia, ya que hemos visto evidencia de fluido hidrotermal y de pulpos asociados a este fluido hidrotermal. Así que le voy a entregar el control a mi colega y amiga doctora Celeste Sánchez del CIMAR de la Universidad de Costa Rica, quien los va a estar acompañando durante la siguiente hora. Así que, de nuevo, para mí es un placer, ha sido un placer y que sigan disfrutando, pura vida.
Might be an octopus right up there. See it?
Well, we're coming back over, so I think that's where we were earlier. So we kind of like swum all the way around.
Yeah, that's right.
See, can we drop back down?
Yep. Just come back up.
Yep.
My name is Celeste Sánchez Noguera from the University of Costa Rica. Thanks for all of you who are tuning in this exciting dive. We are just now exploring an unnamed outcrop, East of Caballito feature, and actually has been a pretty amazing dive. We just spot few shimmering places, and right now two different like animals, octopus of the genus Mus octopus. So we are just looking around in the surrounding area to see whether we can find more evidence of shimmering or more octopus. Hola a todos, muchas gracias por continuar en sintonía. Mi nombre es Celeste Sánchez Noguera, soy investigadora de la Universidad de Costa Rica y los voy a estar acompañando durante la siguiente hora. Estamos bastante emocionados con este buceo. Hoy nos encontramos explorando un afloramiento rocoso sin nombre que se encuentra ubicado al este de lo que se conoce como el afloramiento Caballito. Y hace unos minutos logramos notar agua con una temperatura levemente mayor a lo que tenemos usualmente acá en el fondo marino, y además pudimos divisar dos pulpos del género Mus octopus. Ahí tenemos otro en este momento en la imagen, y este es el mismo género de pulpo que vimos en el buceo de la expedición, el primer buceo de la expedición en el afloramiento del Dorado. Así que vamos a continuar explorando esta zona, y en el caso en el que encontremos más evidencia de agua caliente, pues vamos a proceder a recolectar muestras de agua en diferentes puntos. There is a lot of excitement here in the control room. People is just oh, look at that door too. Okay, seems like a promising site. People is just starting to get here, starting to be a little bit crowded. Lots of smiling faces. Some people even dancing when we start to measure the temperature in the holds and see the first octopus in this dive. Hay muchísima emoción realmente acá en estos momentos en el cuarto de control. Si observan con atención el agua, se ve en algunas zonas un poco más distorsionada, y eso es un buen indicativo de que es agua que está saliendo con una temperatura levemente mayor Ya hemos realizado algunas mediciones y de hecho, si no me equivoco, hemos medido temperaturas que están levemente por encima de los 4 grados. Eso es más del doble de la temperatura que tiene el agua en esta profundidad, en estos sitios. Entonces, hay muchísima emoción realmente en el momento en el que empezamos a ver agua levemente más caliente aparecer y además pulpos, comienzan a aparecer más personas acá en el cuarto de control y muchísimas caras alegres, inclusive algunas personas comienzan a bailar.
Do you want to just go for that one, or do you want to have a little bit more of a look around?
Okay, so looking around to see if there are more octopus in the area. Isn't that an octopus? No.
Yeah, there was one off to the right of that, but that might be under there.
Okay.
That's a lot of green stuff in there. Yeah.
I don't think that's their green stuff, I think that's kind of.
I don't know.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of cement
There's
of
another one
the
tucked
one
up
that
in
the
there.
octopus actually produce
There's two
to
right there.
attach their eggs to the rocks that or those yellowish cross that we are just looking right now next to the octopus, and there's definitely a lot of shimmering.
And just above this, there's another octo. Yeah.
One more above that one?
That's quite a lot.
No, I think that's
Esto que están viendo en estos momentos, que se ven como unas costras de color amarillo verdoso, es el cemento que los pulpos producen para poder adherir los huevos a las rocas. Y como pueden ver en estos momentos, en esta pequeña cuevita vemos 2 pulpos, vemos muchísimo cemento y definitivamente agua con mayor temperatura saliendo. Se veía bastante difuso, lo cual es un buen indicativo de agua más caliente. Ahí es bastante interesante porque de los 2 pulpos que se ven, el que se ve al lado izquierdo definitivamente es una hembra y la forma que tenemos de saber que es una hembra es por la posición en la que se encuentra. Recordemos que las hembras colocan los huevos en las rocas y lo que hacen es después colocarse en una posición en la que ellas puedan proteger los huevos. Entonces, esta es la posición que vemos que adoptan en sitios como el Dorado o en este afloramiento rocoso sin nombre que estamos explorando el día de hoy. Y usualmente los machos suelen tener un tamaño mayor y generalmente se encuentran en una posición un poco más abierta. No se encuentran en posiciones tan retraídas como las que suelen adoptar las hembras. So there is definitely one female on the left and presumably the one on the right it's a male. And remember that we can tell the difference, at least at this point, based on the position, because the female acquires this particular position to protect the eggs, while the male usually it stands in a more open position as the octopus that we are just seeing on the right of the frame. No sabemos realmente de momento cuál es la composición exacta de este cemento que producen los pulpos, pero definitivamente debe tener en algún porcentaje, algún tipo de carbonato de calcio, por el color y porque usualmente también el carbonato de calcio, aquí, ok, estamos viendo otro pulpo en la imagen, probablemente un macho también. Y como les decía, el carbonato de calcio generalmente es un sustrato que se utiliza muchísimo en los ecosistemas marinos y sobre todo en ecosistemas bentónicos para adherir otro tipo de organismos. Okay, so we are just measuring the size, the diameter of the mantle of this octopus. Remember the distance between the laser lights, it's 10 centimeters. Estábamos utilizando hace poco los láser para medir el diámetro del manto. El manto es esta parte, digamos, del pulpo que tiene también o que se encuentra entre los brazos y la distancia entre las luces del láser son 10 centímetros. Entonces nos permite hacer una estimación del tamaño de los diferentes organismos. Parece ser que tenemos otra hembra cerca de donde estamos divisando este macho. Ya la van a enfocar. Nosotros tenemos acá en el cuarto de control pues diferentes vistas porque el submarino SuBastian en realidad tiene varias cámaras. Entonces los pilotos tienen la posibilidad de tener una vista un poco más panorámica de todo el sitio con diferentes cámaras. Y en el momento en el que divisamos algo que puede ser bastante interesante, entonces se pasa a la cámara principal, que es la que está en este momento haciendo el streaming y es la que ustedes pueden ver. So, yeah, that's another female. Yeah, oh, there is a whole bunch. It's just going to show up in a few seconds in your screen. Yeah, this is definitely a treasure dive. Look at that, a lot of females.
Look at all the shrimp there.
And there is also a lot of shrimps under one of the rocks. These shrimps seems to be like in a very close association with these shimmering places. This is just amazing. Es increíble. O sea, definitivamente este buceo acaba de convertirse en lo que podía ser potencialmente un segundo sitio de anidamiento, de anidación o de reproducción de pulpos como lo es el Dorado. Vemos que realmente hay una cantidad bastante grande de pulpos, muchísimas hembras. Y en la imagen anterior podían ver también bastantes camarones blancos que se ha visto que están bastante asociados con estos sitios donde hay también emanaciones de agua caliente. So definitely it seems to be a new nursery site. We don't know yet if it could be as big as El Dorado, but definitely a new nursery site. And this is really, really exciting. We have the expert in octopus, Dr. Janet Boyd, here with us in the control room. So one of our co-chief scientists, Dr. Bedor Kut, is just talking to Janet. They are... and now we are going to have like another pass out on top of this, just to have a better picture of the whole location. Vamos ahora a hacer otro acercamiento y un video general para tratar de tener una mejor vista de este sitio. Y como pueden ver, los pilotos del submarino también cambian o juegan un poco con las luces para tratar de lograr una mejor imagen de lo que estamos viendo. So for this dive, we had planned a 1200 transect with 7 waypoints, and right now we are, let me see, we are like a little bit more than halfway between waypoint 5 and waypoint 6. You can see that aside from the octopus, there are also a lot of polykit tubes. And this it's also due to the fact that the rocks in this area are quite clean of sediment, so that's a very good substrate for any organism that actually produce calcareous or calcium carbonate structures such as these tubes. Pueden ver que además de los pulpos hay muchísimos tubos de poliqueto, son estas manchitas blancas que se ven como un tipo de chirulitos, por así decirlo, blancos. Y eso también puede deberse a el hecho de que las rocas en esta zona están bastante limpias de sedimento. Usualmente cuando hay poco sedimento, todos los organismos que producen algún tipo de estructura de carbonato de calcio, como lo son los tubos de estos poliquetos, aprovechan para poder adherirse a estas zonas. Vemos definitivamente mucho más evidencia de agua tibia saliendo. Como les decía, esto lo pueden notar porque se ve más turbia la imagen, y esta turbidez es precisamente producto de la diferencia de densidad del agua, porque hay un cambio de temperatura en el agua que está emanando un poco más caliente con respecto al agua que se encuentra más fría en este sitio. So there are more shrimps definitely in this spot. This male just showing off.
Doesn't look like it's got a hectopalamus on it, actually. So that's a roving female.
Tenemos en este momento un macho que está dándonos un lindo espectáculo de desplazamiento. Definitivamente un buceo muy, 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 muy emocionante. So we're going to continue having a look around to see if we can see any more shimmering places or octopus, and if not, probably we are going just back to the place where we spotted this bunch of octopus, and we will collect some water samples. Remember that for us it's very important to collect the water in the places where we have or where we found the octopus, so that way we can characterize the chemistry of the water and also the microbiology of the water surrounding the octopus nursery. Si no vemos más evidencia de agua tibia saliendo, vamos a regresar al sitio donde acabamos de encontrar bastantes pulpos y probablemente recolectaremos agua. Recuerden que para nosotros es muy, muy importante recolectar muestras de agua también en estos sitios para caracterizar la química de esa agua y también para poder caracterizar cuál es la microbiología de estos sitios donde hay anidación de pulpos. Eso parece ser los pulpos que divisamos hace poco al inicio, que tenían muchísimo cemento de huevos y que se encontraban en la parte un poco más alta. So I think those were the first two octopus that we spotted just like a few minutes ago.
Climbing.
De esta especie de pulpo les recuerdo que en realidad es muy poco lo que se conoce,
There's
sobre
lots of
todo
shimmer
también
right
porque se
there.
cree que en realidad esta es una especie nueva de un género que se comparte con especies de otras partes del mundo donde se han encontrado este tipo de agregaciones, pero definitivamente puede ser una especie nueva. Y parte de lo que queremos tratar igual de descubrir con esta expedición está relacionado con si eran sitios realmente de reproducción y de guarderías, ver si los huevos eran viables. Eso fue algo que pudimos confirmar desde el primer buceo de la expedición, cuando además de encontrar hembras con huevos, también pudimos observar la eclosión de algunos huevos y pulpos bebés, pero se cree que el periodo que puede tomar un huevo para eclosionar puede ser de varios años. Todavía no sabemos con certeza cuántos son estos años, pero definitivamente pueden ser varios años. Y todos estos años que la hembra pasa cuidando los huevos es un periodo durante el cual ella se dedica exclusivamente a eso. Y una vez que han eclosionado todos los huevos, la hembra muere. Entonces, los pulpos son tal vez de los pocos, si no los únicos organismos en los cuales solamente hay una, digamos, reproducción durante toda su vida. Okay, so now we are just going back to the place where we spotted more octopus. And then probably we are going to start some temperature measurements and some water sampling from that spot. We can just hear a lot of people excited outside of the control room as well. Uno de los motivos por los que se cree, es una de las hipótesis que se maneja, que los pulpos eligen estos sitios para colocar los huevos, es porque las temperaturas levemente más altas pueden acelerar también el proceso de eclosión. Entonces, si estamos hablando de que tal vez tome un par de años para los huevos llegar a madurar, reducir ese tiempo en un par de meses o inclusive un año es realmente algo que vale la pena aprovechar. Sin embargo, también hemos encontrado algunos pulpos de manera aislada en lugares y pulpos con huevos en lugares donde no hay evidencia de agua caliente, pero sí hay roca más limpia. Entonces, otro de los motivos por los que podrían estar anidando en estos sitios es no necesariamente el agua tibia, sino más bien la presencia de sustrato más limpio para poder colocar los huevos. Pero nuevamente, estas son solamente hipótesis que se manejan y que parte de los objetivos de esta expedición Odisea de pulpos es tratar de identificar. So one of the main goals of this Octopus Odyssey is actually try to figure out whether the octopus are using these particular spots for breeding because of the shimmering water, or could be also because of the availability of clean substrate to attach their eggs. Algo que es muy característico de los pulpos es que precisamente la hembra deja de alimentarse cuando se encuentra en el periodo de cuidado de los huevos. Entonces, realmente la hembra deja de alimentarse, se debilita mucho y por eso muere también al final del periodo cuando eclosionan todos los huevos.
I can set up on any of them, looking at how I can land off to the left. So let's make sure we get to the one that you want. Or the area. I'm pretty sure we're right above.
So right now we are just hovering on top of this octopus. We are trying to find the place with more shimmering. I think that on the left side could be like a promising spot for sampling water. Maybe where the shrimps are, there is like a lot of shimmering over there, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Parece ser que este sitio donde estamos viendo que están los camarones también, hay bastante agua tibia saliendo. Entonces puede ser que comencemos a hacer en este sitio las mediciones y la recolección de agua. En este momento los pilotos del submarino SuBastian se encuentran maniobrando para tratar de colocarse en la mejor posición y así poder recolectar las muestras de agua. So the pilots of the SuBastian ROV are just trying to find the better position. It's amazing. I mean, the door of the control room is closed and we can just hear screamings from all the people outside. It's really exciting, actually.
Chris, when you get set up over there, you go look at the camera. Yeah, okay. Where do you want to look at? Over where the shrimp are?
Yeah, so I think we'll want to stick the T-probe in a lot of places, but there's clearly shimmering coming out.
Como pueden ver en esta imagen, se ve muy difusa el agua y definitivamente eso es indicativo de agua más caliente emanando en esta zona. Así que vamos a comenzar a hacer mediciones de temperatura con uno de los sensores que tenemos a bordo del submarino SuBastian. So we are going to start to take some temperature measurements in these crevices. Let's see. So the temperature reading, it's right now. Okay, now you have it on your screen. And Estamos en este momento comenzando a hacer mediciones de temperatura. Vamos a probar en diferentes sitios. So as you can tell from the reading on your screen, the temperature it's increasing, it's getting warmer. Right now we are in 2.78 degrees, getting higher, okay. Como pueden ver en la lectura de temperatura que se muestra en la pantalla, tenemos en este momento temperaturas de 3.81 centígrados, grados, estamos acercándonos a 4 grados. Esto, como les decía, es prácticamente el doble o incluso más del doble de la temperatura del agua que tenemos en estos sitios, en esta profundidad. Oh, look at that, 4.5, 4.83. Okay, that's definitely going up. In Dorado Outcrop, we actually measure maximum temperatures of 10 degrees, if I'm not wrong. En el primer buceo de esta expedición, cuando estuvimos explorando el sitio Dorado, de hecho llegamos en algunos puntos a medir temperaturas máximas de hasta 10 grados. .13, 5.42 ha sido hasta el momento la temperatura máxima que hemos medido en este sitio y continúa aumentando. Ok. Ya, es increíble, o sea, conforme aumenta la temperatura, escuchamos afuera los gritos de celebración y de entusiasmo de todo el resto de el equipo de científicos que están siguiendo la transmisión en las pantallas que se encuentran en los laboratorios. It is amazing. There we have screens in the labs. So due to because we don't want to get like the control room very crowded, there is not too many people here, but then everybody's just like following the streaming in the main lab, and we can just hear all the screamings.
Besides there.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, of course.
So we are going to try to test if we can get more shimmering on the right side. I think so.
Thank you. Yeah, it's coming from right to left. I think it's actually coming out of this.
Maybe of this one?
Or behind the octopus. Or from below, because it's everywhere.
Estamos tratando en este momento de identificar cuál es el sitio de donde está, el sitio específico puntual de donde está emanando esta agua más caliente para poder
Let's try in this larger
medir
hole
la
here.
temperatura en ese sitio en particular y ver si podemos obtener
Yeah.
una medición de temperatura un poco más alta. So what we are trying to do right now is to determine what could be the source of this shimmering water. It seems to be coming from the right side of the screen. So that's why we are going to try it with the temperature probe in this right side hole. Estamos probando ahora con el sensor de temperatura en este orificio que se encuentra al lado derecho, donde recientemente acabamos de medir, porque lo que queremos es identificar de dónde es que está saliendo exactamente el agua más caliente, cuál puede ser la fuente de emanación en esta pequeña área. Y así entonces determinar de dónde queremos recolectar la muestra de agua. En la medición que hicimos recientemente, la temperatura máxima que documentamos fue 6.74. Así que si logramos encontrar algo un poco más alto de eso, podría ser un indicativo del orificio donde tenemos la fuente de emanación de esta agua más caliente.
Well, we can go ahead and go out there. 5.27 maybe? Okay. So I think what we want to do, what do we want to do? Order of operations, yeah. I think we want to get another tight video of where the shrimp and octopus are, just so we have a good, before we start mucking things about.
En este momento, la cojefa científica de la expedición Bedrogood está determinando cuál es la prioridad a partir de este momento en este sitio. Entonces, primero vamos a tratar de hacer tomas más generales del sitio para poder documentar con imágenes y con videos cómo está este sitio antes de que empecemos a mover algunas cosas. Después de eso vamos probablemente a tratar de recolectar la muestra de agua y existe una posibilidad de que también vayamos a recolectar un pulpo. Les recuerdo que pese a que creemos que esta podría ser la misma especie que encontramos en Dorado, realmente necesitamos tener al menos 1 o 2 especímenes para poder realizar la identificación taxonómica correcta. Entonces, en este caso, que sí estamos o encontramos lo que parece ser que es un sitio de anidación, procederíamos también con la recolecta del pulpo. Como les hemos comentado previamente, todas estas recolectas son muy planificadas, no recolectamos más organismos de los que realmente se requieran y además todas están bajo permisos de investigación debidamente otorgados por las autoridades nacionales. So our co-chief scientist, Bedrogood, was just like discussing with the pilots of the ROV what would be the plan in this particular spot. We are going to proceed now to take broader glance and broader pictures of this area, just to document how the place looks before we start to collect some samples. We are definitely going to collect water samples with the squeezers and with the Niskin bottles. And very likely we also will try to collect 1 or 2 octopus even though we think, according to our expert, Dr. Janet Boyd, that this could be the same species from Dorado Outcrop, we need to have these specimens to have a better taxonomic identification, and also for the description of the species in case there are new species indeed. And all our collection or the sampling of the organisms is really well planified. We are not taking with us more animals that we actually need, and everything it's also it's regulated through the Costa Rican laws.
Make sure you're real clear on coming out. Have enough room? Yes.
Vamos a proceder en este momento a recolectar las muestras de agua con estos dispositivos que se llaman squeezers. Básicamente es un dispositivo que funciona como una jeringa gigante que ayuda a succionar agua de un punto específico. Van a ver si logramos que este funcione, que en el momento en el que uno de los brazos mecánicos del submarino lo presiona, se activa un sistema de resortes que produce la succión del agua. So fingers crossed that this squeezer it's actually working. We had some issues in previous dives with squeezers that were not working properly, but just earlier on this dive, the squeezer that they used were actually working pretty well. So let's see if we can get a really nice water sample from this awesome spot. So we are using these squeezers to sample water from the specific place where the octopus are right now. SuBastian also carries with him Niskin bottles that are placed on one of the sides of the ROV, but with the squeezers we are actually able to sample water directly from the holes or from the crevices near where the octopus are actually brooding. So this helps us to characterize the water coming just out right next to the octopus. And yeah, it's very likely that we will be sampling octopus once we finish with the water samples. So now they are just positioning the squeezer in the hole where they want to actually get the water sample. And if the squeezer works properly, you will be able to see one of those metal plates just lifting up after the SuBastian arm squeeze the squeezer. Vamos ahora a colocar el squeezer justo en uno de los orificios donde pudimos determinar que estaba emanando el agua más caliente. Y entonces lo que hace el brazo del SuBastian es apretar o presionar esta parte blanca del dispositivo, y eso activa unos resortes que funcionan para disparar el pistón. Entonces, por eso les decía antes que este dispositivo funciona como una especie de jeringa gigante que nos permite recolectar agua de un punto muy particular o de una ubicación muy puntual. En este caso, uno de los orificios cercanos a donde se encuentran los pulpos. So the pilots actually need to find like a good angle so they can actually see if the squeezer works properly. So, okay, that's a good angle. Now they're just like locating the squeezer as close as possible to the holes. Yeah, it was number 5. Yeah. And for us, it's also very important to keep track of the number of the labels on each device. In this case, this was squeezer number 5, because remember, we are just like logging everything, all our samples, including animals, sediment, and water samples. In that way, we know exactly what was sampled where and when during the dive. Probably we will be also sampling rocks from this location, because one of the goals of the expedition is also to characterize the microbiome or microbial communities in the areas where the octopus are brooding. En este momento están tratando de ubicar el squeezer en la posición más adecuada, no solamente para poder recolectar el agua, sino también para que los pilotos puedan tener un buen ángulo de visión y así poder ver si efectivamente el mecanismo del squeezer se activó correctamente y si se succiona agua. Vamos a tratar en este momento entonces, y ahorita que lo giren nos vamos a dar cuenta. Oh no. Ok, el mecanismo de este squeezer no funcionó, no se activó. Así que vamos a tratar con otro de los squeezer. Sure.
Yeah, I think we'll just put it back. All right, so the last one to grab is the one that's right here.
If you're having efficiency and tie in, I already got the horn on. I can pop it out there. Do a double grab. Try to run at that same spot, right?
Yep. I didn't look at it, but I'll look now. Yeah, I don't know. Is it okay if I move the camera, or are you still okay? Is that good?
How's that position?
Let's see. Yeah, I feel good about that. Let's try it. Well, we'll try again another day. Okay, thank you. We can stow that. These this is a very loose rock pile. Yeah. Okay.
That's the one that fired today, and it's the same bottom. Yes. Insert on that. Yeah, that's, we have one.
Janet, do you want to advise on the sampling of the octopus?
Sure.
Okay.
But if they're in a really good place and they're comfortable, just randomly, it's good with me.
Okay.
It wasn't consistent.
Okay.
But he came up with some things that he had found. I can send an email to him if you want.
Okay, so I think now what we're going to try to do is gently nudge an octopus to see if there's eggs, and then we'll also try to collect an octopus. So I don't know if you want to get a net.
Probably better eat the net now.
Yeah.
Nudge it, it's right there.
And then they'll go in these BioBox 3 or BioBox 2, depending on the size.
Let me just have a look and see how far I can push out without. Can you bring your arm like down a little bit, Chris? Have a look at the bottom of the tray. You know what I mean? Give me like a downward look at the tray, so when I come out, I know how close I'm getting to the rocks. I'm gonna start forcing out now. Looks like I got plenty of clearance.
Yeah, I think so.
Just wanted to be sure with how loose these rocks are. Right?
Yeah, we don't want to get piled in.
And that should be out far enough to get your net, and I still got enough to come up with the And it's going to be going into one of these back file boxes?
Yeah.
in there, it's easy to rotate. If you flip them off, like straight down on a camera. Yeah, another horse. Yeah, that was our ultimately our best case scenario. I think if you rotate clockwise, you'll get the fattest part. Try to come down straight. That's good too, right there.
So, which of these will we try? I wonder if the one that's just at the bottom of the view here might be the easiest. Yeah, that one right there. Although, I don't really see where its eggs would be. Yeah, the top right one might be good. I'm just so worried about these rocks falling. So yeah, that might be the easiest.
Yeah, I think you can get the net up underneath.
Yeah.
Right there and come up.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she said, the rocks are not concerned rather than maybe the rocks would help. You'd have less to that rock.
Yeah.
And down here, this one right here is kind of. This one's kind of wedged into.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't see where the egg. I guess the eggs would be on the backside. So yeah, let's try that top right one to begin with. Before we get in there, can I just get some tight shots of the octopus? We'll just have a few moments to look at this. Make sure we get some nice frame grabs. We see a little bit of shimmering coming out from around this octopus. We're assuming that there's some eggs on the far side. Also in the screen on the right-hand side, you can see some of these carnivorous sponges kind of wafting in the breeze. There's like little eggs attached to that carnivorous sponge, almost. I believe this is a muso octopus. Sorry, what's that? No, I think this is great. This is really great. I think, yeah, and the lighting is nice. So yeah, we can go ahead and pull wide and try our collection.
So you see that gap right there?
Yeah, so we're going to come in.
Yeah, try to get you in there and then lightly come up on it. I'll try to. I'll have your back on it if I see anything starting to move. I'm gonna try to get as much light as possible for you.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I would probably come a little bit more to your starboard first. I want to try to get that net over, and then when you start coming in, you'll have a good right there.
Also see off to the left that the octopus that is fending off some shrimp.
Do that again, go to the right. Try to get some straight off the rock.
part of our goal for trying to collect octopus is so that we can properly identify them. Need a hand specimen for that. Also, so we're very interested in the microbiomes of these organisms as well as of their eggs. And so we need samples for that. Do our collections with great care and with the permission of the government of Costa Rica. All the specimens that we collect will be shared with or archived at the Museum of Zoology at Costa Rica.
Come down a little bit, yeah? Before start going down in. Not too far down, all right? You gotta kind of scrape that rock as you go up. Slowly start to climb in there.
Yep. You can see that the shrimp to the left are starting to show an interest in what we're doing.
Maybe rotate clockwise. Clockwise a little bit. Come down. To your right. Yeah. Not too much to your right. You're starting pushing. Breathe. Yeah. Right. Get in there now. Come in there. I have to get the other arm and coax it in there. What are your thoughts on doing that?
Well, I'm also wondering if we could just pick up the rock
That is definitely a possibility.
and if the octopus would just come with it.
The big rock that it was initially on, or the one it's currently on?
I'm not sure.
Just try to coax it first.
You can see that the shrimp are already coming into the egg sacs. Yeah, we just focus on getting the octopus. We don't need to worry about the rocks per se. Nope. Hold on, hold on. Yeah. Whoa, sorry, that was way too much. How's that? Yeah, we can, if this one is getting too far back in a crevice, maybe we can try with a different one.
Yeah, let's do that. 'Cause I'm getting worried about that.
Yeah.
Big rocks threatening, is it?
Yeah.
So one thing we can see after the octopus moved is that there were eggs, but it couldn't see that any were actually full when we moved the octopus away. It's not clear if there were embryos in there or if they were already broken, but we can definitely see that the shrimp have come in to try to take advantage of that potential food source. Okay.
There's that one right there that I think, if we do the two, I think we'll be fine with it. Or we can go down to the below one.
Which one are you referring to? The one in the center?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Or if you want to try to do the rock thing, try to pick up the rock that's on it.
Yeah, let's have a closer look at what that one is sitting on.
Maybe I can just
Or even that one right over here. See this one? That's kind of, seems like it's
All
grabbable.
the way over that, and then just give it that.
Well, I wouldn't want to put the rock in the net because then we might crush it.
No, sorry, I was meaning if we could marry the net
Oh, to the rock.
to get it right over, and then maybe with the other in the net try and coax it.
Yep.
The last bit of the way.
Yeah, we could try that.
Might be a little bit
So that middle one?
No, this, you're talking about this one, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we try to pick it up first?
With the arm?
Yeah. What do you think the order of operations is? Net first and then pick up the rock? Or pick up the rock and then the net?
I wonder if when I'll have the successful,
I don't know if we'll manage to grab that rocks quickly.
yeah, that's a big rock.
I was thinking more just getting the net like right over the top of it,
Okay.
and then
You might be able to get underneath it actually.
Okay.
That way we can see what we're doing. You know what I mean?
yeah. Thinking if it tries to.
And again, in the field of view here in the top right corner, you can see those shrimp.
Directly at from your way.
Yeah.
Get underneath it.
Scoop it up.
Yes, and if you get underneath it, I'll come on top.
You want me to zoom out at all so you can see your minute, J-Rod?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Right here on the rod. Hold what you got. Push it.
For our viewers at home, seeing these two manipulators in action at once, it's actually two different pilots controlling each arm.
All right, I'm coming towards you. Maybe we'll get that rock. I'm on the rock too hard. Try to come up with it. I'll hold this rock. You ready? I'm gonna get on that rock. All right, I'm on the rock. Go ahead. Nice and easy, man. Don't rush it. Look in your sit. Might need to rotate counterclockwise. Go back in. There you go.
At least we got a shrimp in the bag.
All right, try scraping it up. Good up. Nice and easy. Nice and easy.
See one egg in the background that's intact, covered up now.
Start to
So-
go away from you. Sit. Rotate that counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. Keep going counterclockwise. Counterclockwise when you rotate. Other way. Other way. Counterclockwise. There you go. Push in a little bit. There you go. Now you're come up towards me nice and easy. Nice and easy. All right. Hold there. Come on. See if this force will come off. You have to underneath it.
Rock at this edge.
There's a gap underneath. There it is. There you go. And definitely, I could pick up this rock for sure.
I think you can.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hold it, you got there?
Watch. Oh,
I'm gonna need a little bit more zoom.
more zoom in.
That's good right there.
Dorado, do you mind if I pan over to the left just a touch?
That'd be great. Right here. Almost there.
Got other rocks coming down on top of us.
So much is going to come down on top right now.
Should I zoom out?
Yeah, that rock's gonna fall out on top of it.
Yeah.
All right. I can get the octopus off. Just with a light grab. What do you think?
If you think you've got it, wait, let's try it.
Got the rock.
Okay.
I'm just worried about
More rocks coming down. All right, well, we can see some eggs. There's at least one eye spot in one.
Nice and easy back up. Nice and easy. You back up to the right.
I may have been mistaken. That might not have been an eye spot. That might have been just particle floating in the water. Do you mind if I come wide a little bit, J-Rod? Coming into frame, we're going to see a cutthroat eel in just a moment. So as at Dorado, as soon as we change conditions around these octopus and their eggs become exposed, you see organisms like these shrimp and eels immediately zone in on these places.
A little bit more zoom in. Touch zoom out. Come on, stay with me. No, don't grab onto that rock. That's not going to be fun for you. Stay on this rock. Stay on this rock. Stay on this rock.
Yeah, I think maybe just gently keep moving it. We'll see what happens.
I want you to come on.
Yeah,
So this one has eggs on it. What do you want to do?
the rock,
It's free.
we'll collect it. Not in the net, we'll just go ahead and put it right in the bio box.
Try and just get in there while it's.
Try it. Something back.
You okay on the zoom? Let me know if you need me to go closer.
Pick it up back in. That big rock.
Yeah,
I can maybe move that rock after I stow this one.
yeah, let's go ahead and hold on the net and we'll stow the rock.
Up out of there. What biobox do you want this rock to go into?
Either 2 or 3. I can't tell how big it is.
I'm gonna have to come out with a force. Move your arm. Stop it.
For those of you at home, we are trying to collect an octopus here. Anyone that might have just tuned in. The pilots do have the 2 manipulators and a variety of cameras to work with as well. We're trying to not futz with settings too much here while they're doing it.
See that there's still a shrimp attached to this rock, eagerly trying to consume those freshly exposed eggs. How big?
I might be able to get it in. I can get it into 3.
Yeah, let's try putting it into 3 just in case we need to collect something larger. got the camera. Okay, great. This rock sample itself will also be a very valuable sample for us to understand the origin of the seamount, as well as, yeah, the shrimp is out. Yep. It was in this one. Mind sitting here while I go grab some lunch real quick? Okay.
All right, looks like we're gonna have a brief little handover here on the science team. We've got Jorge coming in. Beth's gonna go grab some food while lunch is still being served.
Oh, hello, I'm Jorge Cortez, University of Costa Rica, taking over. Beth is going for lunch before continuing, and what we're trying is to collect one of these octopus to study their detail, taxonomy, plus their microbiome. Hola, les habla Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Voy a estar aquí un rato mientras la doctora Beth Orcutt va a almorzar. Y aquí estamos tratando de recolectar uno de estos pulpos. Para los que están sintonizándose ahora, encontramos otro sitio. Está como a 50 kilómetros de El Dorado, que fue donde habíamos encontrado los pulpos originalmente, el único lugar que se conocía. Y ahora los encontramos aquí. This is the second place that we have found this octopus. First one was Dorado, and that was the only place we knew in this region. And that's about 50 kilometers from here. So now this we found this second plane, this second site in this unnamed outcrop. We see the shrimp and the shrimp and eels very active, trying to grab some of the eggs that have been exposed. You could see before how well the octopus protects its eggs.
The pilots are focusing quite closely on the work here. It's an interesting balance between movement of the ROV and positioning, as well as the manipulators.
Well, I think we got it.
You may put it in the net or just a bow box.
Bow box, okay. We won't do it on our own. Grab our net, we could have.
Do you think in the net or?
I'll go in the net, let me just come around a little bit more.
So they're gonna place the octopus down in the net. The rationale here being that if it's in the net and it goes in the bio box, then they can open that bio box again, perhaps for another sample. But if it was just loose in the bio box and we open the bio box, then it could get back out.
I'm not doing it myself. I'm not doing it.
Of course, much like the hard surface of the rock, the octopus is now clinging to the hard surface of the manipulator. So
It's a job at the bottom of it. Bag or something.
Close my neck a little when I squeeze her, so she might let go.
It's hard.
So again, for anyone that hasn't been around for when we're using two manipulators at once, but in this case where they're both moving and both doing things at the same time, that's actually being done by both pilots, one pilot per manipulator. Occasionally one pilot will have both controls in front of them, but that's a case of moving one arm, locking it in place, bringing in the other manipulator, locking that in place, and back and forth. This sort of work where both manipulators are active, the two pilots have to actually work together with communication and just a general understanding of the properties of the arms.
I'm just trying to just kind of scrape down the side of your arm. You rotate a little bit so you're on the same heading as the opening of the.
Don't push too hard because.
Yeah, just I'm stopping that bit.
Yeah. I gotta close a little bit to make it good one. She really likes me. Maybe the backside, maybe the backside.
Balling up right in the middle of the jaws.
Mm-hmm.
That place is comfortable. I mean, I can try to put her in the bottom box, see if maybe she'll grab onto that surface.
That might work. See, things went down.
Come back.
as soon as she
Back.
touched the net.
Yeah.
Pile box over
Oh, wait, hold on, hold on.
So plan that's being debated here is if we offer her the hard surface of the inside of one of the bio boxes, if she would swap up for that.
Come out. Probably going out. Then we can bring the torch out. Yeah, get ready to open up the valve box. All right, I'm just gonna go down deep. Maybe while we do this, she decides that she wants to go up. Keep going right there. I'm frozen. Torch is coming out. What valve box?
2 or 3, either one.
Which one has the rock in it?
3 has a rock in it, but it's in a compartment.
You want me to put her in that one?
No, she can go in either 3A, which is the one, or 2, whichever is easiest.
I think 2A has rock with ends on it. That might cross it. Go that one.
It's in 3B is the rock with the eggs. So it can go in 3A or 2. 2 is the biggest one. That's probably the easiest.
Well, I'm hoping that she's going to want to grab onto the valve box because she's grabbing on to me.
I see what you're saying.
To the net.
Okay.
Maybe that has changed right now that we've been holding still, but
Okay.
I'm going to try to come up nice and easy.
You'll have more room to maneuver in 2, and it's absolutely fine to go in 2.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. That's the biggest one with no dividers. Shrimp's still there.
Are you frozen or are you?
You're still live, yeah.
I'm going to come up nice and easy. All right, she's still holding on to me. I'm going to open up file box 2. You want
Yep,
3?
2 is fine.
Hold you over to the last second, or?
I'll be all right. I think I'll be all right.
She's tiny. Trying to follow you, but it's not going down. There we go. Oh, it's because you're doing it. Sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you do it, Mike.
It's the bio box lid. Have a fully torched out.
No.
It's found on the lid of the bio box.
I see it. Yeah, you can see it in the sit cam.
Yeah,
try
there you
that.
go.
So now we'll see if we can kind of offer her the wall of the box here, if she'll grab that. I think unfortunately the manipulator kind of offers a nice little nook for her.
She's sticking to it. Come on, let go. Let go of the manipulator.
Yep.
Nice flat stick spot. side you like the wall there?
Could we try something on the box and try and push her down with the net? Could you manipulate it?
We try it, it's drill. A lot of sharp edges on the jaw.
Okay.
So when we go jaw on jaw,
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, the net will hopefully keep the distance.
Sister in with the net.
no, what was there?
You want me to camera up so you can see, Mike?
I can see just now.
Okay, okay.
Get a little bit better position for that.
You could come up a little bit. Yeah.
Is that okay? Or you want more?
That's just so big, she's so small.
Mm-hmm. But maybe she likes the net less and will just drop down. Hopefully.
I'm gonna go down a little bit, see if she'll grab onto the box. So now, hop out of there.
She's off. She's off.
All right. So she finally decided that the wall of the bio box was a suitable place to be. Oh, get
Come
your
on.
arm in there. There we go.
Okay. Nice work, guys.
Well done.
Thank you. Okay. Our next order of operations is in the bio box 1 on the right side is a temperature probe. We want to try to take that out and put it in with the net.
Are we gonna be using that net? Are we going after that male?
We're not going to do that right now.
Okay, so he can stow the net?
Yes, stow the net.
All right. So with the pilots currently being done with that net, we'll start fiddling around with the cameras here. And I can show y'all. Let's see.
Sorry, that took.
No, it took the time it needed. It was done with great care. So again, for our audience, in case anybody is new, the specimens that we're collecting on this expedition will be archived at the Museum of Zoology, where experts from around the world can come and investigate those, share samples. One of the reasons that we're collecting these animals is so that we can get the correct species on them and understand if they're unique or more widespread. And we're also very interested in their microbiomes. How do the microbes that live on or in these animals and or with their eggs compare to microbes in the environment? Yeah. So what we're trying to do now is we're collecting a small piece of equipment supplied to us by our colleague, Dr. Andy Fisher at the University of California, Santa Cruz, where he has very high resolution and sensitive temperature probes that autonomously collect data. Yeah, you can, or not the monkey fist, but the roller skate wheel.
Yeah, roller skate wheel,
Yeah, that's called a ROV. Provides a little bit of flotation. And so inside this metal T-handle that's going to come up with the ROV is this temperature sensor. So we're going to deploy that into this location so that we can get a record of temperature over time. One of the things we saw at Dorado Outcrop is that the flux of water out of these venting sites seems to be related to the tides. It fluxes daily, almost like a lung breathing. And we want to detect that. So this is what our temperature sensor will do.
All right, so in that same spot,
More or less, the spot is kind of moved a little bit. But underneath this big rock, I think, is where we want to try to position the, I thought that rubber band would separate, but it's fine if it doesn't. Yeah, I don't think that's a priority. Unless it, yeah, the other thing I'm thinking is if we actually grab it with the other manipulator and then the other one can grab the T to actually position it where we want it instead of trying to dangle it in. Okay, well then if that works, then that works. Watch out for that rock. Yeah, I think that might be a. Do I have a deployment? So under the deployments tab, deployment. I don't have it on here, sorry. Put other, nope, go ahead, back there, other. Temperature probe as the RD.
You could just say temperature probe number one, I'll type it. Yeah, I got it. Which dive is this? 536?
Yes.
536.
So of course, as everything happens, either samples being taken,
That's great.
observations being made,
That's perfect.
or something like this being left behind, the scientists are logging all of
Yep.
this
That's
so
great.
that
Yep.
we have
Make
notes
sure
to go
get
back
a
to.
highlight. Hold on 1 second. We gotta hold it while they're entering stuff. Well, don't worry about that. It's all optional, so everything's optional. So now.
Oh, I think you got it. See from where.
Okay.
Just say, I don't know what it's asking. Sometimes, yeah. There you go.
Don't think there's a trickier thing to try and manipulate than an octopus.
Oh, it's got. Who doesn't want it?
Okay.
it's like an 8-hour cat.
The next, this is wonderful. The next thing I want to do is grab that Q marker and put it out here as well.
All right, so we have requested take a look at the map here real quick, just so I can show where we are.
I think that's still in the rock box on the port side where the nets were.
So
I don't
here's our
remember.
map.
It was closer to 6.
And you can see on this map, we're kind of right down this slope just a little bit.
Yeah, so it's right there under the net. Oh, yeah.
And yesterday we crossed from right to left behind this little depression back there and worked our way up that slope there. So today we've decided to take a different approach and check out this little peak on this side. And it turned out to be pretty successful. For anyone who's been following these dives for a while or following this expedition,
ROV control room.
While Beth's taking that phone call, anyone who's been following along, you've probably seen this Q float a couple times. For a while, we had this in the bio boxes, and every time they would open that bio box, the float would pop out like a little jack in a box. and we'd have to try and stuff it back in there. So they shortened up the lanyard on that a little bit, it looks like, and also tucked it under some other stuff. But it finally has a purpose. We're going to leave this here to mark this location and to specifically mark it in a way that if we return to the site in the future, we'll say, ah, this is where we left the Q marker.
Which would be? So we can actually just like put it off to the right. It doesn't need to be in the flow. It's just to help us have a visual to find this place again so we know which places we sampled. Yeah, yeah, like where there's no venting. Like that's perfect. Yep. Yeah, or even up higher, wherever. That looks great. That looks great. Okay, so we've deployed marker Q here so that we can know that this is where we sampled. Yep. So today's dive is helping us achieve a major milestone for the Octo Odyssey Expedition series. One of our big questions coming out here was, well, first of all, would we find viable octopus, baby octopus? And we answered that question on our very first dive. One of our next questions was, do we find octopus brooding their eggs in other sites of low temperature flow anywhere else on other seamounts in this region? And up until today's dive, we had not seen any evidence for that. So this is a big, big day for us. What we're trying to do now is use the suction sampler to get some of these orange-spotted, orange-eyed shrimp that we see here. I don't know their official name. So not these. Yeah, not those. We want like that little guy that's over here by the temperature sensor. That one, yeah, those are great too. Yeah, there's a 4. Yeah.
All right, I have the suction off going nice and slow. Once you get in closer to them, I'm going to kick it on. If not, if they feel that flow, they're going to grab on the outside. Suction coming on.
Oh, we got one.
Oh, a little one.
Turn it off. Try to get in a little bit deeper, and then I'll come on over again.
Yep.
Angle might be off. It might be pointed, if it's pointed up instead of down into the hole.
Yeah, this seems to be a lot looser ground than Dorado.
That's correct.
Turn it off for a second. Let you get a little bit closer to it. And fire. Might get that little one. Yep, got a little one coming in. Yep, got another little one.
These are going into section chamber 8 or number 1. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this
I
hose
haven't
actually
seen it go
leads
back.
back to a little cylinder or a collection of cylinders on the side of the ROV. And so where grabbing the shrimp would be quite difficult with the manipulator directly, the hope is you can kind of slurp them up off the rocks here.
Yeah, just hold your arm. I'm not, I don't have suction on. I'm trying to get that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to.
we're still adjusting the slurp sampler, Janet.
I'm gonna have to move it.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the move I like to call scratching behind your shoulder. Nope.
You got it on a different camera right now? Yeah. Stay on there forever.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
So they're currently just using that manipulator. You can see it kind of reaching into the bottom of the screen there. They're actually reaching back into the suction sampler cylinders and just give them a little nudge to get them to spin over to the next set.
Just gets out of alignment.
Yeah, so now we're on section chamber 2.
And we'll leave it there and then.
Yeah, so let's see. There's a couple down there. Oh yeah, those are perfect. Let's try to get those. No, for right now.
Yeah,
Can you get a highlight or a frame grab?
I can just grab it real quick and then let you do it.
Yeah, do that.
I'm just gonna get a real soft grab over here, and then I'll let you just get in the angle where the can go and look up. You just go with the angle of the handle pretty much. So you want me to rotate, I can. Just in the crease.
Yeah, rotate, yeah. Keep it there. No.
Yeah, if you get in there, get in deep with that, you'll be good. Try to get with the actual jaw. Yeah. Somewhere in there, you'll be good.
No, I don't think I'm thinking off the one edge of it. Grab again.
For anyone just tuning in, you might have joined us in the past hour here or so. You're watching live footage from the remotely operated
okay if I
vehicle
zoom in?
SuBastian, currently 2,800 meters below the surface of the Pacific Ocean off of Costa Rica. This footage is being broadcast from research vessel Falcor 2, which is at the surface, and that's where we're all working from. Currently just hoping to collect a couple of these shrimp, and then we'll see what the next objective is. The location that we're currently diving is an unnamed feature, and before yesterday was an unexplored feature. Yesterday we cut another little track across it in a different part. Today we've been working our way along a different area of the top, and very excitedly we found venting. We found the shimmering water that we've been looking for, and as you can see on your screen, we also found brooding octopus. So that's very exciting for the scientists on board. And while that was happening, you could kind of hear cheers coming up from the various lab spaces on the ship. But we do appreciate everyone that joins us on these dives. We love having you explore with us. And if you happen to be watching on YouTube or Facebook while we're live, feel free to type any questions you might have in the chat. And we do our best to try and answer those, although sometimes there are other things happening that are stealing attention from the scientists and the pilots. But we do keep an eye on the chat. And we, as I said, we love to have folks exploring with us from the comfort of their own homes.
There's some right down here to the left, if those are not being cooperative. Okay, looks like we got one. Let's see if it comes back to the suction. Okay, yep. That's.
Do you want another couple or?
No, I think that's good.
All right, I'm gonna turn it off for just a second. Definitely two. 1, 2, and.
Yeah, I think it's just the small one and the big one.
Oh, no,
Oh, there's 3. You're right.
All right, gonna try to index it so they don't slow down.
Mhm.
All right, and I'll index back to 1 for right now. All right, okay, good. Thank you. All right, and what would you like to do now?
I want to try to deploy those microbe traps that are in the forward bio box on the left port side.
We're going to go and just drop it.
Yep.
We only got a little bit of time. We're going to bring the torch out. All right, about 20 minutes.
There's five ropes connected to 5 different things. You can pick them all up together if you like. It's 25 pounds total.
And this is 25 pounds of crushed up rock. Is that correct?
No, the majority of the weight actually comes from weights that are attached to these
Oh,
experiments. to
okay.
hold them
But
down.
these have crushed rock in them?
They do have crushed rock in them, but that's
Oh,
not
okay.
where the weight is coming from.
I was about to say that's quite a dense rock if that's the case. So
Yeah, so these experiments, Alex, they're little PVC rings, and inside are mesh bags with sterilized rocks for our scientist, Gustavo Ramirez. It's okay. Take what you can get.
there's
Each
the weight at the bottom.
experiment has a different rock type in it to help us understand if there's differences in the microbiomes of microbes. Yeah, where do we want to put
There's
these?
a little hole right up there. See,
Yeah, where the shrimp were?
Seeing the sit? Yeah, where the shrimp were.
Yeah, that seems like a good spot as long as it doesn't seem that they're going to roll down onto the octopus.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
They also don't all have to go in the same exact spot.
So going down like that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. We could also, in the sit cam, I don't know if that's flat, but that could be another option in that region.
A flat spot is right here.
Yeah, but I don't think there's necessarily flow going over there, whereas it looks like there might be flow here based on all the worms.
They're discussing putting them down, from what you can see on your screen right now, a little more below those octopus.
A little bit below the octopus. Yeah, so like
On this screen. Yeah, or sit cam.
right, you're talking about going about right here.
Yeah, exactly.
That puts them all rested.
Yeah, I think
Can
if you
pick 'em
let
up
go,
individually as well.
exactly. So we can put the other 2 out here, and then if we need to reposition, we can, but this is good.
And so what's the crushed rock doing in there?
So the crushed rock is a substrate for microbes from the environment and hopefully from these venting fluids to colonize. We'll pick them up again in December and investigate how the microbes on those rocks compared to microbes on the natural rocks.
Isn't somewhere that's low?
Yeah, I think you're doing good, Mike. Yeah, more towards the white wormy things. Yeah. I think that's good. Jess, are you satisfied?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
So it's totally up to you. You've been here for an hour or two. You want what else you want?
Can we pick up another rock and put it in the forward bio box?
One with the white stuff on it?
Yeah, let's see. Can we get the lasers on so I can see how big these are? My eyes are always bigger than the manipulators. There we go. Thank you. What would be good? What would be good?
Not that big one.
Ideally, we want something that's really black.
Really black.
Yeah. The challenge is pulling something out without the whole pile coming down. What about this piece right here?
Yep. right, so we currently have chill on the manipulator here. J-Rod and Mike are in the pilot and co-pilot seat respectively, but Chill's just taking a turn at the manipulator.
You want to get some glamour shots once you pick that up? Yeah, we need to wait for them to get the stills. Okay, so now this is a rock sample.
I'm getting a little nervous to rotate this.
You shouldn't have to.
Firebox 1A. Did you take a highlight? Just because we're taking glamour shots. You don't need to write anything, you can just take the picture. Okay, so that's one side, and then can we rotate?
I'm a little afraid to rotate.
Okay,
It'll probably fall out.
then that's fine. Okay, so we got a shot, right?
We'll do it over the bow.
Okay,
How about that?
yeah, so we'll go in 1A, if that works.
Are we able to porch out and out?
Yeah. I'll open up that bow box more. Just a second.
Okay.
Once you get over it, I'll try to get out.
We don't need another glamour shot. I think we're good. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Perfect. Okay, and then if we can just come off and get some nice shots of the view of all the stuff put out, and then I think we're good.
All right, so we're just gonna pull up away from the bottom here and kind of get some overview shots for the scientists of this area, of the instruments that have been deployed and that sort of thing. Chill's jumping in pilot seat there. So we have a question in the chat about whether or not we've been looking for presence of microplastics in any of the samples we've been collecting. We haven't been collecting a lot of water samples. I mean, we've got those little squeeze samplers, and we do fire off Niskins here and there. So I'll see if we can get an answer about that. And then the sediment samples as well would be another potential target.
Yeah, we will mark this one down for sure to come back to. And yeah, expand our studies of this seamount for many different other studies. But as you mentioned, we are looking for, we're taking samples for looking at microplastics all around this region. We're also looking at them in the water samples. So trying to take as full advantage of the sampling that we're doing here for all kinds of different science, not just for the target target questions for the expedition.
Yeah, do like a just fly over.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, we got one before and snow off after. That was cool.
So again, this is a major accomplishment for our expedition to have found another place of low temperature hydrothermal venting on one of these off-axis ancient volcanoes here in the northwestern part of the Costa Rica's exclusive economic zone, now confirming that octopus seem to preferentially be aggregating and we think brooding in these spots where slightly warmed waters weep out of the seafloor. It's just a few degrees above ambient in those waters, but that seems to be enough to make it more favorable. And here, this is essentially the summit of this seamount that we are on, or not a seamount, but outcrop type feature. And there seems to be kind of a prominent fracture or crack in this area that most of these venting spots are related to. As we come up to the summit, you'll see it'll flatten out and it'll kind of look a little crusty, but there's still some holes in the rocks where water is continuing to weep out. We're getting into the zone now where we also see what look to be stoloniferans starting to attach to the rock. These are basically almost a carpet at the top. There's what looks to be a male octopus here, right in the center of the frame, as well as some more octopus tucked back in all the nooks and crannies. These darker black rocks, indications where this fluid is coming out. We've done several measurements around here. I think the warmest temperature we measured was about 6 degrees Celsius. So not quite as warm as what we've measured at the Dorado Outcrop, which has temperatures up to 12 degrees Celsius that have been measured on this expedition. But again, that temperature probe that we deployed just a few moments ago will help us get an indication of how warm this environment is and what the natural variability is of the venting in this place. Thanks for that map there, Alex, so you can see where we are at this very prominent little summit. Oh, that's a great shot at to end our exploration of the summit location. Thank you to the expert piloting of our team here. Thank you to the animals for being part of our sampling. Here you can see some of those holes in this matrix material that's up here at the top.
I have those lasers back on.
Yeah. You got it, Chill? We can turn the lasers off too, please.
Mess with the camera settings and it's showing off. Not too bad.
Off to the left, you see a kite in there that's been plowing through the material on the rock. Not quite as dynamic as the octopus. Yeah, it is grainy. If we can maybe do a shot where it comes out of frame and then we come back into the frame for Natalie.
Yep, we'll do that.
The feature that we're diving on, okay, today, it doesn't have a name. Many of the places we're exploring on this expedition are actually unnamed features that were very poorly mapped even until the start of this expedition. It's one of our goals is actually get better maps of this region and understand what these seamounts are like.
Got quite the question about the octopus finding the vent areas.
Yeah, that's a great question. One that we don't have the answer to. It was only recently realized that octopus have this behavior. This is now the third time that humans have come to this environment and spent more than a few days here. So lots of unanswered questions that we still have about these octopus. Not only what are the species, we had the first confirmation on this expedition that they actually had viable baby octopus. But it's a great question. How do the animals know that this feature is here? It doesn't have very strong chemical signals that we can tell. And here you can see this crack feature that we saw on this summit. Following that back down to the base is where we were finding those octopus. So clearly the geometry of the geology here has an important part to play in where these animals are. And as we're flying around this feature, it's very apparent that where we find these aggregations of octopus is really where that low temperature venting was occurring. Up here, there's also spaces where octopus could potentially be. We know that octopus like to attach their eggs to solid substrates, especially when they're cleaned of sediments, but we don't see them up here. So and we haven't seen them at other seamounts either, where we haven't found indications of venting. So really the strong connection between what's happening on these seamounts and where we find these octopus nurseries also highlights how important it is to do this kind of exploration around different parts of a seamount. Just one dive, we might have missed this. Oh yeah, the starfish is on the move. Can we have a closer look at that, please? So this is a rare opportunity to actually get to see the underside of the starfish. Often when we see them, we're only seeing the top side. So we miss the view of the tube feet. But now that this starfish decided to reveal itself to us, we can have a closer look. You can also see that some of the legs look like they might have been sacrificed for some reason. Why you see different sizes of the legs. But they can grow back. So here you can see those tube feet and the center of the starfish where the tube feet move the food to. Starfish actually extend basically their gut out to capture those things that they're eating. Okay, we can keep moving. It's both a live and a dead sponge off to the right-hand side here. Live one in bright white, dead one. Yeah, we've seen a couple. So as we came up the summit on this side, we saw a couple octopus here and there. But I had a feeling if we just kept going, we would find what we were looking for. And we did. So these were our original sightings. Well, maybe not this one in particular, because it looks like we're coming around a spot we haven't been to yet. One of the things that to point out here is that even though those brown sponges are maybe no longer alive, they're still providing important habitat for other organisms. So you see those brittle stars still attached to those sponges so they can get out into the flow of water and get food out of the water. It's a really great view of how steep this summit is. Some interesting overhangs here. This is a part of the summit we actually haven't been to yet, so who knows? Maybe there's more venting over here. We see another octopus down here, as well as some other indications of venting. I don't know how, it's a little, fills me with trepidation to go under this ledge. But yeah, so another spot of potential venting. Can we make a mark of this, please, on the nav? And can you put a highlight to grab this location? So this might be a spot we'll want to come back to. The rocks here look a little different. They look more rectangular and blocky. This looks more like a sheet flow here than where we were before, which was more of broken up pillow basalts. Great, thanks. We can keep moving. It's one of the really fascinating things about deep sea exploration is you never know what you're going to find around the corner. Seeing several different types of sponges attached to this ledge. Farreid sponges, Venus-based sponges. Can we bring the gain down just a touch? Or, yeah. Yeah, get a little better definition. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Oh, looks like we have another spot of venting way, way, way back there. I don't think we want to go there. But plenty of indicators. Even though we don't see octopus, we see the other indicators of venting. So those little white worms, the black exposed rocks. So thank you to everybody that's been joining us on this amazing dive of this unnamed feature here as part of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. I believe this is our 8th dive today, 7th dive. I don't know. They're all been magical, all different. Today's dive really confirmed that there is more low temperature hydrothermal venting on these ancient volcanoes in this region. Really looking forward to what our next dive has in store. I want to thank everybody that was part of today's dive. We've accomplished our objectives for now, so we're going to be coming off bottom, and we'll join you again soon. Thanks for staying tuned. Thank you to our visitor for saying goodbye on our last few moments here on the bottom of the seafloor. And what a magical day of seeing octopus brooding their eggs in a new place. Yeah, I envision that the Octopus Odyssey Expedition will continue to wow us with the next few dives that we'll get to do.
All right, and as Beth said, thank you to everyone that's joined us. These have been fun dives to be a part of, and we love having more people be a part of it. So thank you for exploring with us. And we're looking forward to more dives on this expedition.